Hey there, REMPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're talking with urban fantasy and space opera writer Rhiannon R.Z. Held. Stay tuned because you won't want to miss it. She has also donated tonight's giveaway, which is a free PDF of her Idyllian space opera series. Type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget that you can get bonus entries by subscribing and donating bits through the Twitch chat. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. We also invite you to join us on Discord. The Alternis server is an inclusive and supportive community of gamers. Our favorite channels include Pun, Joke, and Meme, Goose Goose Duck Saturday Gaming, and support and encouragement for when you just need a little extra kindness. We hold casting calls to join our streams on the Master of Rem Twitch channel, a Learn to Play D&D program, a monthly trivia night, and more. So please check it out at the link in the chat, and welcome to the community. Subversion, the new cyberpunk fantasy TTRPG by Fragging Unicorns Games, is coming soon to Kickstarter. Build your community and subvert authority at every turn in this gritty Neo-Babylon setting. Follow the project now before it goes live at the link in the chat. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, REMPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to my special guest today, Rhiannon Held. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Good.
Good. I'm so excited to talk to you. I love doing my research, and I love having authors. It's like I'm a total fangirl for writers. Like I just want to I want to dig into different worlds and different stories. So I'm very excited to talk to you.
Thank you.
But I have to say, my first question before we get into writing is I love to ask all of my guests, what is your history as a gamer?
Sure. Well, and that one I think is probably the more interesting answer for me, because writing, I'm like, oh, well, when I was a little kid and I can't remember and blah, blah, blah. But I came to gaming a little bit later than I think some people did. I remember back in the day, when I was growing up, there was the residual aspects of the sort of satanic panic. And so the first time I heard of TTRPGs was there was a summer camp and they disallowed them. And I don't really understand what was behind that at the time. This was probably in the mid or late 90s. But I was like, I think it's like when they talk about drug programs and the kids are like, wow, that sounds interesting. I should try some of that. I was like, those sound kind of cool.
I was thinking that too when you said it. I was like, man, if at a summer camp they told me not to do something, then I would immediately research it and want to like see why.
Yeah, exactly. So high school was where I started having friends who were GMs. I think the first one that I played was actually an anime-inspired one called Big Eyes Small Mouth. Rather than D&D, but then I got into D&D in college because it was a great way to meet people and form community. And I also got into LARPing at that time. LARPing proved not to be for me, but I do still have a soft spot in my heart for World of Darkness. Vampire the Masquerade was the one I was in. Even if I'm not good at LARPing, I'm like, that was a fun system. I'm just not extroverted enough for this.
Fair. Awesome. So that kind of might already answer the next question, but maybe not, which is where did you first discover your love of sci-fi and fantasy?
Oh, well, I mean, that one goes back a fair long ways. I think the first book that I can point to is Patricia C. Reed had the Dealing with Dragon series. And when I was growing up, YA as a genre didn't exist. And
Mhm.
so you had the kids' books, and then you had the juvenile section at the library, which was all Nancy Drew and Boxcar Children. So I read a heck of a lot of Nancy Drew, and I read a heck of a lot of Boxcar Children.
Same though.
And then you graduated to adult. And so Patricia C. Reed came out around that time, and I was like, dragons and fantasy, and this is fun. And I think my gateway to um, fantasy in the adult realm was Mercedes Lackey. Um, and it really hit the sweet spot as far as like talking horses and like lots of feelings and people who are like helping each other out and like cool telepathy. And so that was just like that was my catnip as a sort of tween, I guess. And then Anne McCaffrey was my gateway for sci-fi, because like she's easy. It's easy to start with Pern, and Pern is fantasy-ish, and then
Mhm.
it's sort of also sci-fi, and then you can then step into Anne McCaffrey's like fully sci-fi stuff, and then start expanding from there. So
Truth. Awesome. So you had gaming around you as kind of an older kid, as a young kid. You had sci-fi and fantasy introduced to you. So when did you first pick up the pen and start writing?
that was, and in this I'm late compared to some people again, because I feel like a lot of writers will have these stories about how they were writing their first when they were 4 years old or, whatever. And I certainly had the creativity and the impulses to tell stories to myself. But I was probably 16 when I actually sat down and like thought I will go somewhere with this that's not just like a school assignment.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm kind of happy to have done that because I know that when it's a part of the natural growing process that you mix together what you've already read, and so you have your I don't know your Pokemon go to Pern or that kind of thing. Um, and so I did that in my head, and then by the time I was writing stuff down, then I felt like I sort of processed it a little bit more, and so that was when um, I did start immediately with original stuff. Not to say that fan fiction is there's anything like lesser or that you would be younger when you were doing that. But also when I was sort of starting to write around 16, 15, 16, fan fiction wasn't as big. Like the internet was starting to like get bigger and people were starting to find each other in fan fiction communities at that time. And I think if I was, you know, um, 15 or 16 now, I definitely, if not writing fan fiction, would be in those communities because I think
Mhm.
they're so welcoming and helping each other out, whether it's original fiction or the fan fiction.
Mhm. Awesome. Cool. So I found some links on one of your pages to the Odyssey Writing Workshop and the SFWA, or Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association. So what is your connection to these organizations?
So I'm alumnus of the Odyssey Writing Workshop, and then I'm a member of SIFWA, is how they say it. So
SIFWA?
SIFWA, yes.
Huh, I've never heard that. And I like how it's two F's because it's fiction and fantasy. So I sat there staring at it for a while thinking Safafwiswa. Safafwa.
Yeah. Well, they just it's an intro. I have a book that my parents excavated from their like garage from 1976, published by SIFWA, How to Be a
Ooh.
Science Fiction Writer. And I was like asking my parents about it. And if you go far enough back, like fantasy wasn't really a genre that people talked about very much. It was just all science fiction. And so they got their name from back then. So it's the SF is the science fiction, but now it's science fiction and fantasy. And I think they just changed to be from Writers of America to Writers Association because
Ah.
they've been growing more and more sort of international over time. So I have been a member since I was first traditionally published. So that was 2010.
Okay.
So I've been with the organization for a while and I've seen it grow and change. And I've been really impressed by the kind of changes that they've made, because they're really working to um, be there for indie authors. They changed their entry requirements. It used to be that you needed to have a contract with an advance of X amount, or different contracts that added up to an advance or something like that, number of short stories. And that was really onerous for people who were indie publishing with no advance, or small presses with small advances. So they changed it to, you need writing income of a certain amount. So that writing income can be from the money from your Kickstarter that can go to expenses. It can be royalties from you selling yourself on one of the big platforms. It can be just all kinds of stuff. It can be for game writing. It can be money that you work for hire for writing for a game or for whatever else. And so I've been really happy to sort of be there for those changes. And I guess, like, I mean, I'm talking sideways. SIFWA, what they're doing is they try to support authors in terms of sample contracts. They have legal help. They have a grant fund for emergency medical expenses. They have grievance arbitration. They've been doing stuff like when Disney wasn't paying authors royalties, SIFWA was behind the sort of press to get Disney to pay. Disney must pay.
Cool.
And they're still doing that. So I really like that they are so supportive of writers. And when you need a big organization, like an organization that can put pressure and find the legal representation and all that sort of thing, when you're just one small person,
Yeah.
like, I really believe in that. And people, I think, sometimes have an impression of them that's from the days when it was all traditionally published writers and it was a lot of like old white dudes. And all the time they're trying to get better than that. And I think that the more that other people join, the more those other people can get on committees and like speak up and say what they need to do to get better. And I think that they're definitely, like, they're not there yet, but they're definitely getting there. So I really believe in their mission. And then Odyssey, the workshop, is a bit like Clarion or Clarion West. It used to be, actually, it's changed. I was talking about that the other day. It used to be a residential 6 weeks. You go, you have a class, you learn intensively, you all critique each other's work. And so like Clarion or Clarion West. And now they've shifted it since the pandemic. Obviously, they had to go online. And so they went online with a group, and then they actually, either, I think last year, they totally revamped it because, it's a big barrier to be able to take the time off work and family to intensively, a bunch of hours every day, be doing something for 6 weeks. And a lot of people can't do that.
Right.
And so they are doing personal Odyssey now, which is, it's a one-to-one. Jean Cavellos is the instructor, and she runs Odyssey. And she will do sort of different programs you can choose. So you can have it like happen over 6 months. It's like 6 weeks of instruction, but it's happening over 6 months.
Mhm.
And she works with people personally, and she does instruction and critiques their work, and just like makes it really personalized to them and what she sees, the areas where they were need improvement. And so it's sort of like it's a master class because you're getting all her instruction. And then also she is looking at your work. And she's also, the one thing that they can't replicate is that in Odyssey, we'd all read each other's work. So you were having a lot of people read your work, and you were reading a lot of other people's work. So what they do to try to replicate that is that I actually donated some of my old manuscripts. They have the people who take the Odyssey now look at sort of old drafts of people's stories and novels and see if they see the same sort of things that were brought up at the time. And so they get the learning aspect of, and I will say this personally, there's nothing like seeing a weakness that you have in somebody else to crystallize it. So you're like, oh, I see. Yeah, that's real annoying. I'm going to stop doing that now. So you still get that aspect
Self-awareness
of it.
through others.
Yeah, exactly. So the one thing that they can't get that you sort of would have to get on your own is that I think it's also a skill to be able to take critique and then decide if it is right for you.
Mhm.
Um, because with a big class, you have all kinds of different people and all kinds of different perspectives, and maybe they read a lot of romance, and so they are saying, if this was a romance, you would want to do XYZ, and you're like, well, it's not a romance, so I probably am not going to do XYZ.
Right.
And that's a skill you have to build up over time. But certainly, like if you have a critique group or a bunch of trusted beta readers or that sort of thing, you can like get that skill through time. So
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like the this, like I said, self-awareness that it kind of brings up. Because that's hard to do sometimes, right? Like, and just being a person and growing as a human being and stuff, you get feedback from people all the time. And to be able to separate the personal feelings from that and say, like, where is the truth in this? And what do I actually want to take ownership of and change about myself? That's huge. So seeing that in a microcosm um, of writers, like that's really
mhm.
neat. Skill to practice and muscle to flex.
Yeah.
Neat. Cool. All right. So not only are you passionate about writing and science fiction and fantasy, but you have a career in science reality. And I'm so excited to talk about this. Tell us about your career in archaeology.
Okay. So I will start out with a couple sort of like uh, definitional kind of things. I do what's called, or some people call compliance archaeology. And what that is it's not academic archaeology where you're sort of like, well, I want to find out an answer to a particular question, or this is a site that seems like it has a lot of information. I'm going to go out and find a site that answers this question, or I'm going to excavate this site to see what it can tell us. Um, Compliance archaeology is all about making sure that we don't harm what are called cultural resources. And I used to work for a company that was a small company that did just compliance archaeology, and now they were bought up by a larger firm that does environmental compliance. So
Hmm.
as well as the archaeology piece, they do wetlands and birds and air quality and noise and basically when there's a construction project or a development project, there are laws in place that they have to consider like, is this going to harm the environment? Is it going to harm natural resources, cultural resources? Is it going to harm people? Um, and they have to, you may in the news have come across something called an EIS, which is an environmental impact statement.
Hmm.
And they're big and they're long and they're super technical. And I think that they can be a little bit scary to people. But the important part, I think, about them is that you have to go out and look and see what's there and sort of extrapolate and think about what might happen to it if your development goes forward. And I think that is such an important process. So the compliance archaeology part of that is that if, for instance, your town needs a new sewage treatment plant. Now, if it was like a shopping mall or something, it's like, do we really need that? Do we want to keep the land wild, et cetera? Like, you need that sewage treatment plant. Like, when it overflows, like it's killing fish from in the rivers, like you need the sewage treatment plant. So we're going to build a sewage treatment plant. And so they have a parcel of land picked out in mind. And so the company I work for, their job is to go in and for the archaeology is to see if there's any archaeology there. Is there maybe a Native American site? Is there a historic sort of Euro-American site there? And you can do things like pedestrian survey, which is walking, looking at the ground. You can do shovel probes, which are sort of 30 centimeters. I can't do that with my hands anymore. I used to be able to when I was digging them. Um, that go down and see if there's anything under the ground, which I'm in the Pacific Northwest. It's all vegetation. So if you're walking, like you can't see anything on the ground. Pedestrian
Yeah.
survey only is mostly in sort of the American Southwest. because it's, rocky and sandy and you would see
Right.
things on the ground. And people ask, well, do you like finding things? What do you want to find? And the answer is actually, we don't want to find things, because if we go out and we walk around and we dig some holes and there's nothing there, then great. They can build their sewage treatment plant. It's not going to destroy anything, and everybody is happy. And even when we do find something, we tend to treat it much more in terms of, well, so we found something here, and so you're going to have your building here and your parking lot there. Can we switch them? So then whatever is here is just getting paved over, and it will continue to stay there and be perfectly happy and cool. And then your building, where you're building the foundation and digging down, that'll be on a place where there isn't a site. And awesome. Again, we get a sewage treatment plant, everybody's happy. And so we love to have negative results. We do find things. And there does sometimes end up being clashes where the client is like, well, do we really have to? And we say, yes, you really do have to. It's called mitigation. And that's the other thing, is everybody imagines that if we do find something, that it'll be like amazing and cool and huge, and like we got to get in there and we got to excavate it. We find stuff all the time, and sometimes it's not really important. And the reason that we are hired and we're experts and go to school for so long is to know what's important and what's not. And so we find something, we say, well, this is pretty common. There are a lot of them in the area. Can scatters. A lot of times you'll see, and the rule of thumb is that 50 years old is the cutoff where you have to at least take a look at it. So it's older than 50 years old, but now that means 1972. Which is a crazy idea, right?
Don't say that. I don't like
that. We will often find, when we're going along, say, a rural highway, that there's a scatter of cans, and they are food cans, maybe beer cans. So some beer cans, some tuna fish cans from 1960. And clearly somebody ate at their house or was eating on the road, and they threw them out of their window. And because of the wind, a bunch of people did that. And so you have say 30 cans that are all in sort of a depression in the ground. That is a site. However, that is not a site that we would necessarily protect.
Right.
And so we would gather all the data. We would count the cans. We'd say, are these the usual kinds of cans? Is there anything unusual about them? But then at that point, we don't need to continue to protect it. Yeah. We don't need to send those cans from 1960 to a museum.
Thank you.
Museums, they have limited space, and so we want to use it for the important things. So a lot of our job is, once we do find something, recommending hey, we think that we are going to just write down everything that's in this, and that'll be enough. We think that maybe we'll do a little bit of sampling excavation, but then you'll pave over it, and that'll be enough. For buildings, often we do plans and photographs and a whole thing of research. So you basically build this sort of huge binder or bound book about this building that you're going to have to tear down, and then you do go ahead and tear it down. And so the archaeology aspect of it is so much looking and deciding importance and then problem solving, rather than sort of just going out and purely trying to find things and then trying to write up a cool book about this new site that you found.
So what's the coolest thing you've found?
Let's see. I will keep myself not too adult, because there was a site that we it was in a railroad town, So there were artifacts from as early as sort of 1890, because this is out sort of in Washington State, so it's in the West, nothing too old except for Native American. Um, and so 1890 up until sort of like the 1940s. And what people did a lot of times was they would have outdoor privies, and you just threw your garbage in there. And then later on, the waste has all decayed by then. Everybody's like, ugh. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's dirt by now.
Yeah.
What you get when you come along later is that they've taken their outhouse away because they got plumbing, and so they've just like covered over in the yard. But if you go and dig it up, you get this like long column of broken artifacts because it's their trash. Like
Yeah.
they break a plate and then they toss it in the privy, and then they break a bottle and they toss it in the privy. And so I think I personally, I need to be able to identify a lot of things, but I think my biggest interest is in historic archaeology versus what's called pre-contact archaeology. Sometimes people said prehistoric, but it's not like Native people didn't have history. It was just oral history.
Yeah.
And so we say pre-contact with Europeans, so pre-contact peoples.
Right.
So I like historic artifacts, just they interest me. And so at my company, when it was a small company, there were a couple towns that had sort of a biggish area where we had a bunch of different privies. And so you could sort of see through time. And we were near the old hotel. So there was a lot of really plain, boring white plates and stuff, because it's just basic what's called hotelware. Not decorated at all. They just get it out there. People break it all the time. They get new stuff. They break it again. And then there were brothels. And there are some artifacts that I don't think I can describe in detail that were related to the brothels.
Oh my God, I'm going to message you about this after the show and be like, okay, so full details now. We're not on a PG show anymore. How neat. Oh, cool. So that's your favorite find?
Yeah. And then the other stuff was that there was a site, and I can't really say where it was, but it was also in sort of a city's old town. And it was in the area where the not that the city had a Chinatown, but there were a lot of people from China living there.
Yeah.
And so it has all of these artifacts that are related to Chinese people. And it had a few Japanese artifacts, but so many Chinese artifacts. And that's one of the things that I really like about archaeology, because people will say, well, when you get to historic times, it was written down. And I'm like, yes, the white European or Euro-American men wrote about their lives. Anybody else, we can find out more when we actually dig up what they were living like. And so that site, we can find sort of what teacups and bowls the Chinese people at that time were using. Cool. Because they were living in that area and they had, discarded the broken ones. And so that was really awesome to see.
Oh, how cool. Oh, I like have 15 more questions I want to ask you, but we're here to talk about books.
Sure.
So I'll stop now. I'll stop myself, but that was really fun for me. So thank you. So switching to your, from one career to another career that you have and writing, tell us a little bit about the Amsterdam series.
Okay.
Amsterdam Institute, right?
Amsterdam Institute, yeah.
Okay.
Well, there is a little bit of archaeology in it. So the Amsterdam Institute series wouldn't necessarily, there's not an archaeologist character, but it underpins the whole series, because the Amsterdam Institute series is a space opera series. And it's about a couple of different protagonists over time. So each protagonist has 2 novellas that's about her. Oh, cool. And so thematically, sort of for the character-wise, it's about technology so there's stuff like brain implants and nanites, and one of the protagonist has like sort of wings that she can kind of glide with, and like muscle enhancements. And each of the people had these installed on them without their consent. And so it's thinking about when you have something that's augmenting you, or implants or nanites, what's your self-identity then? And especially the first protagonist, she was in the resistance fighting super soldiers who were trying to conquer her planet, and she was infected with the super soldiers nanite package. So now she has their super strength and their like calm system in her head and all this sort of stuff, and she doesn't know like what she wants to be now, right? Because her people are looking at her like she's a collaborator, but she doesn't want to be a collaborator. But like she's sort of hooked into the super soldiers comm system, so can she use that to like release a virus to like disable them or something like that? Does she want to be a spy? Or like, so it's all about self-identity in the face of technology. If technology is changing you, how do you feel about that? Are you still you? How do you incorporate it into your identity? And then the world building, on the other hand, is where the archaeology comes in, because having the different protagonists, I jump them ahead through time. So we're looking at these cultures sort of over the long haul. There's like a couple 100 years on one jump and like a couple 100 years in the other jump. And I loved being able to play with the idea that empires rise and fall, or the like scrappy rebels are now a big empire, like a couple generations later. And it really just interests me to look at not only do things change over time, but how people's conception of things changes over time. The characters in the first couple novellas they are known by the later novellas, but they're known as sort of like heroic figures where the story has been kind of misremembered. And that is, I think, one of the things that I love most about world building is imperfect memory. Because if it's anything that as an archaeologist, working as an archaeologist has taught me, is that we forget. We forget because people die. We forget because of propaganda. We forget because, we have no sort of need for a particular kind of myth anymore. It doesn't mean anything to us in the modern day, so we forget about it when it was meaningful to people before. And then, like, if we try to get it back, then often we're wrong. Like the Victorians, when they were doing archaeology of Viking or Norse sites, were often like wildly wrong about like gender roles and whatever, because they were so steeped in their own gender roles that they saw it in other people. And so we're now trying to undo some of that with looking at various, relooking at Viking or Norse sites and that sort of thing.
Can you start a podcast, please? I'll just listen to you talk about archaeology all day.
So to bring it back to the books, what I want to have is an adventure. Like the protagonists, they have this technology, people are after them, they're trying to be a spy, like they're doing all this stuff, and then they figure out where in life they want to land. But meanwhile, in the background, like if you're paying attention, you can get that little bit of like, oh, she's talking about the protagonist of the last book, but that's wrong. Like,
cool.
They've forgotten.
Yeah, so. I really like that. I can't remember who I was talking to recently. It was in the last couple days. And they said, I don't know if this is an official quote from somewhere, but something about the difference between truth and fact, where, truth is there's facts. Facts are facts, but truth is someone's memory of a fact or someone's perspective of a fact. And even though truth itself stands for so much, it doesn't. So that's really neat that you can build that in and write to different biases. So even when you're writing about facts that have happened in the previous books, that someone's truth about those facts are different. I really like that. Neat. Cool. Now, most of this series is available as a collection, which you've donated for this show. So tell us what comes in the Idyllians collection while everyone types hashtag RemPTC in the chat for their free entry to win.
So the Idyllian collection is the first four. So that's Genevieve is the first two novellas, and because of the cultural stuff I was trying to do, her name is Amsterdam Genevieve. And she founds the Amsterdam Institute. Okay. So that's sort of what ties the rest of it together, because this happened to Genevieve and she wants to make sure it doesn't happen to other people. And so Sienna needs to go to the Institute and get help later in her stories. And so 3 and 4 are Sienna. And Idyllian, the name of the planet that they're on is Idle. Okay. And so it's sort of based around the idea that Idle is trying to stay neutral with the big sort of empires growing on either side. In Genevieve's time, there's only one. In Sienna's time, you're starting to get two. And so I was talking about the sort of time jumps in the culture, that sort of thing. In the collection, you get the first 2 of those. Okay. And then if you want the third one, novellas 5 and 6, then those 2 are in ebooks. The 6th one is coming out soon. I haven't set a date yet, but cool. So then it'll be a full, complete set of 3 protagonists with the jumps in between.
Awesome. Awesome. And so there will be 6 books in total of the Amsterdam Institute, or the Idyllian.
The Amsterdam Institute.
Okay, so of these 6 books, 4 of them are available in the Idyllian collection. And then is there more? Are you writing more for Amsterdam?
We'll see. Okay. I always sort of want to come to a stopping point and not end on a cliffhanger or whatever. And so 5 and 6 is a stopping point for now. Okay. And I'm working on some other stuff. And so I never say never that I would come back and write like 7 or 8. Since I've got that pattern going. But I'm looking at going back towards maybe traditional publishing if I can. Okay. So I have a standalone for now space opera novel rather than novella that I'm hoping to go somewhere with. But of course, unfortunately for people reading my stuff, that means the period of being quiet, because I'm working on this and I'm trying to get it to agents and publishers or whatever. And meanwhile, I don't have the bandwidth to be releasing stuff, which makes me sad, but it's unfortunate. Totally. I do have the day job.
yeah. It's hard to look at the ground while you are writing your novel. And
yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Well, but that's not all that you have, though. Amsterdam Institute isn't it. You also have the Silver Universe novels. So tell us about those.
Yeah. So those were the beginning. The first 3 were traditionally published. And then they didn't pick up the rest. So 4 and 5 finish out that series. Okay. And then 6 is a collection of some related short fiction and then a couple of novellas that are about an archaeologist. So if you would like to read an archaeologist writing about archaeology of werewolves, then pick up my Lady's Children collection.
I do not have anything to write with right now. I will rewatch the episode because apparently that's where I need to start.
And it's a good place to start because the archaeologist character is meeting the characters who were in the main series for the first time. So you can meet them along with her. You don't need to know anything about the past series. Awesome. So the main series, the 5 books, are about Silver, and then Andrew Dare, who's a descendant of the Roanoke colony Dares. And what I tried to do with that, again, with the world building and the archaeology and whatever, is I have only werewolf well, actually, I guess that a human character has a POV in a later book, but in the beginning book, we only have werewolf point of view characters, which at the time, 2010 was when this was coming out, was a little bit more kind of unusual in terms of not having kind of a character who's finding out for the first time. I just threw everybody in, and they're werewolves, and they know they're werewolves, and they're species. So they're not turned by a bite. So that means that as a species, they have their own history, they have their own religion, they have their own ideas about like where werewolves first came from, and where they spread over the world. And so they have all this sort of like, I call it anthropological werewolves, werewolf culture. And again, that's the world building and what's actually happening sort of in the forefront is that oh shoot, my computer is freaking out. I hope that isn't disrupting my Zoom at all.
We've got you so far. You're doing great.
Good. Good. The silver is injected with silver nitrate, and it means that she loses use of her arm, and then she gets some brain damage, and so she has visions, and she interprets those as visions from their goddess, the lady. And Andrew Dare finds her when she's sort of like trying to run from the person who did this to her, and she doesn't really know who he is, and so she can't point out of the werewolves to go like take care of him. And Andrew Dare is a staunch atheist, and so he's like, those visions are because of brain damage. That's all. And so the sort of spark and friction between them is that Silver is seeing the world in terms of the lady, and also Silver sees Death, who in their religion is occurs as a big black wolf, and he's very snarky. As far as like fan favorites of characters, like Death is, I think, the most favorite. And then Andrew having to sort of deal with this, and what does he think about the religion of his upbringing, and while he's trying to help Silver like track down the person who did this to her so that he doesn't hurt anybody else. And then once that's taken care of in the first book, in the later books, they start taking over the packs in North America to try to make sure that nobody can ever sort of hurt werewolves that way again, because with werewolves being so fractured, they are easy to kind of pick off packs one by one kind of thing. And so Andrew and Silver go on to be alphas, which is not really a spoiler, because you can sort of suspect that that's what they're going to be able to do, to bring werewolves together.
Okay, cool. So we go from the space opera to werewolves and archaeology. I love that it's science fiction with a capital science. Makes me happy. So then what is Mirrorbound?
So Mirrorbound and Hound and Key are my two standalone urban fantasy novels, and I'll do them at the same time since they're both standalones. And they were, after the Silver series, I was sort of experimenting with different aspects of urban fantasy, because urban fantasy, even at that time, was becoming very sort of like ossified and regimented in terms of you tended to have certain types of characters, certain types of love interests, certain types of plots, that sort of thing. And I was trying to play with it and see what readers would react to and that sort of thing. So Hound and Key is about a magic that is passed down from a group of 5 people called the Hand of the Gods, who have existed over time, and then they're reborn. And sometimes they are reborn with different levels of memories. And that one was playing with sort of oral traditions and legends and myths, and then getting into fairy tales, because they've been all over the world and they've been different places, and they've been sort of have that fairy tale aspect of them. But then now they're reborn in the modern times. And so they have this magic, and some of them sort of don't know anything about their background. And one of them is trying to take control of all of them. And so that there's that aspect to it. And then Mirrorbound, you can see, the sort of themes that I try to play with a little bit. Mirrorbound is the protagonist is what's called a phantom, who would normally live in the mirror realm, which is sort of a realm parallel to the regular world. And so human mages have been going over to the mirror realm. So mirror realm sent somebody back sort of as a fact-finding mission. And the human mages freaked out and bound her there. And phantoms are sort of they're human-ish, but they can change their sex, and they can change their appearance to a certain degree, and things like that. And so she's bound just with one appearance, just with one gender, and she's looking for a way to get home. But meanwhile, she's been starting to make friends. And so she has this sort of push-pull of, I mean, kind of these people are her enemies. And they're definitely her enemies when she finds out that the mages are trying to maybe get to the mirror round and start like stealing its magic.
Yeah.
But these people, she's lived with them so long, they've become her friends, and she definitely wants to like save her friends. And so she has those sort of those hard choices to make.
Cool.
And I did in Mirrorbound have a little bit of fun trying to poke fun at some of the most tropey tropes in urban fantasy of the female protagonist, and she's got like 2 or 3 guys on the string, and she can't decide, and she falls into bed with all of them at various times, and she's fighting monsters, but she can't pay her rent, and like all that. That is not the protagonist. That is the protagonist's friend. So we're watching what would normally be the protagonist of an urban fantasy series at that time through the eyes of her friend, who's like, please pay your rent. Please just pick one of your boyfriends.
Awesome. I love that. Oh, that's really funny. And I love that it's all in one standalone novel instead of like the Stephanie Plum series where it's like, let's find out who she's going to fall into bed with, but you have to read 15 novels before that happens. And
yeah.
Nothing wrong if you are a Stephanie Plum fan, but oh man. Awesome. All right. So we are getting close to the top of the hour. So I do want to give you time to talk about where to follow you. So let's wrap up with one more question. Any other ventures that you're working on that you'd like to share with us? Like maybe a archaeology podcast that's in the works?
Let's see. I am part of the Dungeon Scrawlers actual play stream.
Cool.
And we're going we had a campaign that was a couple years. And so I can't talk about my character on that because she's not going to be around for more than a couple months now. But we're looking where we're going to go with that. So we're definitely going to have a longer term campaign again. And the thing about the Dungeon Scrawlers stream is that we're all authors. So the idea is that this is not just another D&D actual play, but it's a D&D actual play of authors and how they would do characters and plot development and all that sort of thing. So I'm a part of that. And then as I sort of introed earlier, I'm probably going to go a little quieter on the writing front while I am shopping a traditionally published novel to agents and then hopefully publishers. And then I definitely still do have short fiction that's out there. I like doing a post-apocalyptic world with various stories in it because that again shows what people might do archaeology of us. And so
whoa! I like that. It took me a minute for that to like really settle.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So 300 years from now, what would someone find in your backyard?
Hopefully not cans of tuna mixed with poop that is now mud and broken plates. Hopefully I'm a little more interesting than that. But
yeah. So those are places like Beneath Ceaseless Skies is an online magazine that has several of my stories.
Cool.
And Zombies Need Brains does themed anthologies. And I've had some stories in those. And fingers crossed, maybe in some later ones as well. But Zombies Need Brains does great anthologies anyway. Not just about zombies. Sometimes I have to tell people that. I'm like, no, no, no. It's all different science fiction and fantasy topics.
Cool.
Um, so you can look for me in those.
Awesome. Um, well, gosh, it's great to hear. And as you have more discoveries and as you have hopefully you find your agent, your publisher, and we get more, and we'll have you back on down the line. But it's been really wonderful talking with you. Where can people find you and your community to follow all that you've done and all that's to come?
So I am continuing to be for now on Twitter at
Okay.
Rhiannon Held. I'm on the Dungeon Scholars Discord, and which is, I think, the place I most hang out, just to chat. And my website, rhiannonheld.com, has sort of, announcements and that sort of thing. So, and the Dungeon Scholars actual play, sometimes we have guests, so it's not every single week, but those are, uh, or I'm not there every single week. Those are Wednesdays at 6:30 Pacific time on the Dungeon Scholars Twitch channel. So you can always find me there, and sometimes I can be in the chat. So
Cool. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to order all of these books myself and get started. I swear I gotta stop having authors on the show because my to read list is it's I'm gonna need to tell my husband I need another bookshelf just for stuff that I need to read. So but thank you so much. And for you, REM PCs, don't go anywhere. We will be back in just a moment. It's never a milk run in the sixth world. It was supposed to be a simple job, but a few hours of surveillance at the eye of the needle looks as if another faction wants to disrupt the business meeting altogether. Now, with a raging firefight blocking the elevators, the team needs a new escape plan, exit vector. Stay tuned for the one-shot show featuring Shadowrun and the world premiere of Exit Vector by Vector Tridents, which is an aerial combat minis game, coming next on Gen Con TV. Don't forget that we have a wonderful giveaway of the ebook series of the Idyllian collection from the Amsterdam Institute. This is a lot of syllables for me. This is the series by Rhiannon RZ Held. Thank you so much to Rhiannon for donating such a cool prize. Type hashtag RemPC in the chat right now for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries and impact the game by donating bits and subs in chat. All funds help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at www.remalternis.com/Etsy. And did you know we have more shows like Shadowrun Emerald Glitch and the One Shot Show on our Twitch channel? We stream 5 to 6 days a week over at twitch.tv/Master of Rem, including the Dresden Files RPG, Shadowrun 5th Edition, Steampunk Fantasy D&D, and more. So check us out and give us a follow. Thank you all for joining, and we will see you next time, REM PCs. Bye.
Yeah!
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell, 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 spell,
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hey everyone, welcome back to the One Shot Show, the show that we put on once a month. That we play whatever we want. Look at our pretty bookshelf in the back. We have played, The Crowned, Shadowrun Edge Zone, Prowlers and Paragons, Misspent Youth, Legends of Five Rings, 10 Candles, Subversion. I can't see what that Mutants and Masterminds. Oh my gosh, we have done so much, and now we are here with Exit Vector and Vector Tridents. So welcome, guys. I am so excited for this. Just so everyone knows, so Vector Tridents is the company, Exit Vector is the game. This is an aerial combat minis game that is system agnostic, but it's incorporatable. I don't know if that's a word, into a bunch of different systems. So we're going to build it into Shadowrun right now for our riggers to get some love. So I'm very excited to work with these guys on their upcoming Kickstarter. OC, Mark, and Matt all are part of Vector Tridents and are huge Shadowrun fans. And so naturally, we're just best friends. But yeah, guys, let's do a quick round of intros for who you are and who Vector Tridents is, and then hear a little bit about the game and the Kickstarter that's coming up. I'll drop the link in the chat. But y'all know me. I'm Rem. I run Rem Alternis Productions, and we help facilitate Kickstarters for creators and do marketing and stuff like that, which is how I am connected to these lovely people. Chris is part of Rem too, so let's start with Chris. Chris, who are you?
Oh, it's me. I'm Chris. I'm just, that guy that comes in and plays games, once a month.
Awesome. I love this guy.
It's a great job.
Yeah. And let's head on over. OC, you are the disembodied voice in the room. So who are you?
Yes, sorry. I do not have a webcam, so I've got to get one. But my name is OC. My name is actually Orlando, but I go by OC. I am the COO of Vector Tridents, which is a fancy term of saying the guy who tries to keep everybody straight and keep everybody on schedule. Vector Tridents is a group of friends that have been around for 20 plus years. We've been kind of hanging out and talking to each other. And we've decided to turn our love of gaming into a business. And so here we are with Exit Vector. But that's me.
Yeah, guys, Chopper might be joining us later. Chopper's one of the Exit Vector guys, and Grendel is another who is a familiar face for conventions. If you go play Shadowrun at conventions, he's always super suited up in Ancient's gear. Which is amazing, and I've been super intimidated by him in the past. But now we're best friends, and it was super cool because Chopper ran the tournament mission for me and my friends. And at the end of the game, I was like, "You should come stream with us." And he was like, "Yeah, I actually know who you are." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Tell me, let me tell you about this game." And I'm like, "Yeah." So it was my big recognized moment for the first time at a con where I fell out of my chair and it was super awkward. It was great. Now then Chopper got to introduce me to OC, Matt, and Mark. So Matt, let's go to you next. Who are you, Matt?
Thanks, Rob. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt. I'm a member of the Vector Tridents board. And I basically do odd jobs and whatever's needed to be done. Right now, that's been helping refine our rule set and kind of integrate all of the great feedback we've been getting from all the demos and beta tests we've been running around various cons and tabletops. So, yeah, excited to be here.
Awesome. And Mark, last but not least, who are you?
Oh, thanks, Rem. So I'm Mark. I'm the CFO of Vector Tridents. So basically the keeper of the piggy bank. Shake out a few nickels when we need to pay for stuff every now and then. And like OC said before, I've known these guys for 20 plus years and really excited to be on tonight and show the world what Exit Vector and Vector Tridents is all about.
You do sound a little fuzzy. Your mic is a little it's like you are actually in a helicopter right now, and we can hear you from the ground.
It's just a really detailed background, so I have to be in a helicopter.
Awesome. But we can hear you well enough for the game, so that's good. I love it too, talking to these guys, because you're all military, right?
Correct.
So that's been really fun because, like, I'll be like, hey, I need someone to write this blurb for us. And they're like, copy. And I'm like, oh, look at me go.
That's usually how it works too. We usually copy someone else's work. But that's a military secret.
Hey, you never recreate the wheel, right?
Excellent. So Exit Vector is coming to Kickstarter in 2023. I dropped the link in the chat so you can follow the project and learn a little bit more about it. We'll be dropping more info in and more art over time and graphics. And the intro video when we can here, which like is like a movie trailer. It's great. And so what I really was excited about is more supplemental material for Shadowrun, right? So while Exit Vector can stand alone, it can also support as like a rigger aerial combat game. So we thought it'd be really fun tonight to play some more Shadowrun, because you guys obviously don't get enough of Shadowrun the other 3 weeks of the month. But and then see how Exit Vector can come into a game and allow you at your table to show some rigor combat at its finest. So, OC, what do you have planned for us today?
All right. So today we're going to be going on a Shadowrun mission, which I will explain once you guys are ready to go. And then that sequence will roll into a situation where you have to escape the scenario, and that's when we'll roll into Exit Vector rules and do that. In between that time frame, before we do the Exit Vector piece, I'll spend about 10 minutes explaining the rule set and how it goes. So it'll be very easy once you figure it all out. We basically, Exit Vector has been built from the ground up to integrate with Shadowrun. So a lot of this stuff is rule of 4 and simplifying a lot of those rules that are kind of complex and hard to grasp, and kind of turn them into something that's fun and easy to play. So I think it's going to be a good time. Let me know when you're ready. Whenever you guys are ready to do the run, we can hop into it.
Well, let's explain what characters we're going to be doing first. I'm bringing Curie back because this is taking place in Seattle anyway, which is where she is. So she's just going to be hired by a different group to be sassy with. So I'll be playing Curie the Mage. Chris, who are you playing?
I'm playing Frodo. Real name is Francis. He is a gnome rigger. He was actually in the military, and then he took a wound and is now in a wheelchair. And he drives a hauler with an Ares Predator in the back. Or no, an Ares Archon cannon in the back.
Ooh.
Yeah, but yeah. That's who I'm playing today.
And Chris, you play Frodo on Tuesday nights, right?
Yes, I do.
And that's over on the twitch.tv/Master of Rem channel. Every Tuesday is Chicago 5th edition Shadowrun missions. So they're the official missions from the conventions, but we're playing through some of the old ones and the whole Chicago arc. So you can find Chris there. Matt, who are you playing?
So I'm playing a human. His name is Dukes, and he's a member of the Pale Riders Motorcycle Club in San Bernardino in the California Free State.
Ooh.
And he's come to Seattle as a nomad to represent his club. And right now he's kind of under the wing of the Blood Mountain Boys. And his mission in Seattle is, officially to open a rapport with the Blood Mountain Boys and see if the two clubs can do business together. And then his unofficial mission is he's kind of scouting territory for the Pale Riders to see if they want to expand, into Seattle and get some stuff going. So he's a phys adept, but most of his skills are not about, punching or kicking or running up walls or anything like that. He becomes one with his motorcycle. He jumps on the bike and he feels it. He feels it, and he rides, and he can do all sorts of spectacular things on his motorcycle.
Awesome. I'm very excited to have another magic kind of user in a different way. But I'm also ADHD, and I need you to fix that mic, buddy. It sounds so robotic. It sounds like there's static under or behind you and like framing your words. Try talking now.
How does it sound now?
Still terrible.
How about now?
Still awful.
Better?
No.
Drop out and mess around for a second.
If you drop from the call, it will mess up the cameras though. So see, we'll play with it. If we have to tolerate, I'll tolerate it. But it's gonna bug me every time you talk.
If it's intolerable, let me know. I'll try something different.
Okay. I'll just be extra mean to you in character because it'll be driving me crazy.
All
A
right.
big character, though. That's great.
Yeah, right. And Matt, what are you playing?
I'm playing Slider, who is a former Lone Star turned smuggler, aerial transport rigger. He
Ooh.
flies around in a modified Fed Boeing commuter with some drone racks, and he is a transportation specialist for those who need to go places fast, which may come in handy tonight. I don't know.
So 2 riggers are being brought onto a team. Very
Yes,
suspicious of that. I don't like that.
Good time to give riggers lots of love for tonight.
Yeah. Be like, so much for a well-rounded team, I guess. I'm so excited. Guys, it's going to be great. Okay. OC, with that, I'm going to hand it over to you to take us into the game.
All right. So we'll go right into the Shadowrun then. All right. Ordinarily, you would turn down any invitation which involved hanging out in the parking lot of an almost defunct shopping mall in Tacoma. But it came from one of your most trusted contacts, so here you are. At least the rain has stopped for the moment, though the pavement is still damp in places and clouds hang heavy in the night sky. The address provided turns out to be a food truck called Curry in a Hurry, which promises Indian fusion cuisine. And after sampling the fiery goodness of its Mumbai poutine curry, you're willing to believe its 5-star rating. You guys all get these calls, like I said, and you're just waiting there with a handful of food that you ordered from the food truck, waiting for Mr. Johnson to arrive. I don't think any of you guys have ever met each other, but you quickly eye each other and can tell that you're not the ordinary folk who frequents this place. You're too aware of the surroundings, and you're not absorbed into your small life that most people just can't get away from. And you kind of start to gather towards each other and realize that you're here for the same thing. You're here to meet with Mr. Johnson. So why don't you kind of introduce each other and describe what your characters look like, and then we'll continue.
Okay, I'll start. So Slider is a very slight of build human male. He is wearing a flight suit, like a one-piece flight suit, and a leather jacket. No scarf though. And so he's like huddling his noodles as he's kind of eating them as he looks around. Kind of eyeballs like everyone else who's like in various black trench coats or various stages of concealed weapons and hidden armor. And so are we all here for the same thing?
The curry, you mean? Frodo is a black gnome. He is chilling in a transit steed. So he has a wheelchair that also has like spider-like legs that come off of it to get up over curbs and what have you. And he's chilling in a leather jacket, and he has AR goggles or AR sunglasses that chill on his like pointy ears. And he is currently scarfing down on some curry because it's very rare that he has something other than street meat out of the food.
All right,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. So Dukes, he's got kind of like grimy jeans, got pretty thick black boots on. So again, a little bit bigger than average size human, but not really big. He's not a monster-looking guy. Got kind of scraggly hair. He's got a mustache, kind of comes down like this. Sort of looks like a little bit more fresh-faced Lemmy Kilmister. And he's got a denim jacket on, and on the back of his jacket, it's the cut for his Pale Riders Club. It's got a big Nomad is the bottom rocker. So he comes up on his motorcycle. It's a Harley Davidson Scorpion. And he just says, "Hey guys, what's going on? Heard the curry is pretty good at this food truck. And there's some other stuff going on too."
And Curie glares, as Curie does. So Curie is, she's human. She has a ponytail with dark hair, and she wears an armored lab coat. So she stands out pretty clearly that, like, that is not a flimsy lab coat. It's got, like, padding and armor and a very clear biomonitor and like a pull-out handle and stuff like that.
Nice.
But she glares around and says, "You may call me Curie." And when asked what she does to help the team potentially as the conversation goes on, she glares at whoever asks, and her drink freezes over and gets solid. So that is her communication method.
Interesting. So you guys are sizing each other up. Not sure whether you should trust each other. But as you're wondering, should I trust these guys? I don't even know who I'm doing this run with. Each of you on your AR displays gets a download from your contact that initially contacted you and sends a AR image of each of the team members that you'll be working with and their names. As you all look at each other and go, all right, this is the team that I'm actually working with. So you kind of get put at ease a little bit. Not trying to figure out whether you're going to stab each other in the back or not. Maybe you will, maybe you won't, who knows. But in the distance, the church bells of the Cathedral of St. Jude have just finished ringing out 6 p.m. when an older model Mitsubishi Night Sky pulls up. Two well-dressed Korean gentlemen step out from the back of the limo. The first stares you down with a disdainful anger before moving to place an order at the food truck. The second pauses to button the suit jacket he wears before strolling over. "Good evening. I'm Mr. Johnson. I appreciate your promptness in this meeting. My associates and I are looking to employ your team for an evening's work. Tonight, at 9 p.m., there will be a business meeting which take place over dinner at the Eye of the Needle. The occasion is meant to be clandestine, which is why the principals will be there without significant protection. My associates and I would like you to surveil the meeting and record as much of the conversation as you can. We have managed to secure your team reservations for 4 at an adjacent table, as well as some basic eavesdropping equipment, wireless micro-sized mics to help, considering the short fused nature of the job. We estimate the meeting will last no longer than 4 hours. A cake run, if you will. No action, just a little snooping. My associates and I are willing to offer a payment of 5,000 New Yen each." And he looks at all 4 of you and says, "Do we have an accord?"
So wait a minute. You're saying you're going to give us 5 big ones, and all we got to do is eat dinner and listen to these guys?
That's it.
Really?
Well, you must record their conversation, of course, and not be made out.
All
We
right.
require the strictest discretion possible.
And if something goes south, a fight breaks out, are we to defend anybody or just leave?
No, my associates do not care either way about the health of the subjects that you will be surveilling. We merely want the information.
That sounds like an easy meal ticket to me.
Like I said, a milk run.
I'll scan my shrinking balance on my New Yen cred stick. I'm like, I'm in.
I look around at the others, kind of like making eye contact, like wondering who our negotiator face is. And not finding myself hopeful in any of them, knowing that I have antipathy is a negative quality, but still I'm gonna look at the guy and go, dinner's included.
Sure. Dinner's on us.
In that case, let me get another.
I didn't mean here, fool. I meant at the dinner that we are surveilling tonight at the fancy restaurant.
Oh. All right, hold that, please.
One comment. You said you have a reservation for 4. I count 4 of us here. I'm not exactly what you would call an in the building type of operator. So I think we can, and I'll look over at Frodo. I think maybe at least 2 of us might be better from the outside with electronic eyes.
What he said.
That is fine with me. You run your run as you wish. I have merely stated that there will be enough for 4 people.
Hey, but I still want my dinner. Pack mine up. Bring it back.
Very well.
You mean I have to sit alone for over an hour at a table with
the dude?
It'll be far out. Totally whiz.
We'll be on comms the entire time period.
I'm gonna need 7,000 new yen.
7,000? Oh, that is far too much. Maybe you may want to roll a negotiation test. See.
My negotiation roll. Sorry, guys, we're gonna end up with 4,000 here. All right, so it's I'm using my normal character sheet, right, for this?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, right now it's all just Shadowrun rules, Shadowrun stats, everything.
All right, so I have no negotiation. So that would be defaulting on charisma, which is 2, which is 1 die. Hey, that's what I've got in my hand.
All right.
I rolled a 6 though.
Oh, very good. All right, not enough.
I was waiting for that. Oh, very good. No.
So yes, he. I think your buddy may clean up well. I think we're going to stay with the 5,000. I think that is quite enough.
So OC Dukes is going to try his hand. So he's got influence as a skill.
Oh, does he? All right, very good. So you're gonna piggyback on hers. She tried, and then you're gonna roll in with yours. Let's do it.
All right, I got. So with Rems, I got 4 hits.
Oh, you're saying you wanted teamwork?
Oh well, you said she was teamworking before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. So
I got 3 hits. I need 3 hits.
3 hits. All right. So you
so here
came up with them. You came up with some counter arguments, and he's coming back with a couple of things, and it kind of like you're kind of even with each other, and you think 5,000 is probably a good amount. It seems like it looks like it's a pretty easy run. You're probably not going to have to shoot anyone.
So Dukes is going to step in with the influence role. He's going to say, "But look, man, if I got to eat with Science Lady here, I mean, that's probably worth a little bit more for both of us. Because she's looking at me like that, and so maybe 6,000."
The highest I will go is 5,500.
Well, it's better than nothing.
And you have your meal paid for.
Yeah, I'm gonna order like 7 bottles of wine, like the high end.
Just tell them to put it on the tab. Well, excellent. I am happy you have accepted this mission. And he goes into his jacket, unbuttoning it, and takes out a small 10 by 8 by 2 centimeter box and hands it to you, to whoever is the first person. He'll give it to. It's Curie, right? Curie or
Yeah, like Madame Curie.
like Madame Curie. Very good. All right, so he hands it to you, Curie. You open it up, and you see 4 like discs, and they look like you think they're. He says these are the listening devices. They already have an adhesive backing, so all you have to do is just stick it to wherever it is that you can get close to, and you'll be able to listen in on their conversations. State of the art stuff.
What time does the dinner start?
He looks 9 p.m. So you have 3 hours. 2.5.
We should. I'll wait for planning. Never mind.
He also points out this data chip here has the information you need in order to complete your mission. Is everybody on roll 20 right now? Are we just playing roll 20? Okay, very good. All right, so you guys can wirelessly access the data chip and look at the information in there.
Ooh, is it one of those spinning restaurants?
Yes, it's the Space Needle. So yeah, the location is the Space Needle, and what you see here is basically a AR representation, a 3D AR representation of where the meat is. If you look to the right-hand side, there's a red circle. That's going to be the location where your targets will be sitting at, and you're going to be sitting where the green square is. That's where your table is going to be. It does have some. If you look to the bottom left, you see the picture of those 2 fine gentlemen. Those are going to be your targets to surveil, and that's about all it has on this data chip. It has some information about the building itself, altitude. It tells you that there's a restaurant on the bottom of the disk, which the outer ring rotates, and on the top of the disk is the observatory. There's 3 elevators that go up and down to bring guests in and out. And at the bottom, there is a pavilion and kind of like a shopping center where everybody kind of does all their shopping. And then, if they want to eat at the restaurant or sightsee, they can go up through the security there. The security level in this area is Class A. So there would be a quick response if there's any kind of firefight or any kind of significant disturbance in the area, considering we're in the downtown area of Seattle. He looks up to you guys as you see all this information and says, "Is there anything else you need before I leave?" Oh, by the way, we have also convinced a security worker who frequents one of our Bunraku parlors to disable the weapon scanners upon your entry.
Ooh.
He sends you his. He shows you a picture. He shows you a picture of him and gives you a name. And he will be the person that you will go to at the security station. Even though there will be no scanners, please keep it light. There will be heavy security presence. We can't buy them all off. But anything too big will draw down the heat on you. So good luck, chummers. And give us a call when you're done. He stares for a second, looking at you guys to see if anybody wants to ask him any questions. And if that's not the case, then he and his associate get back into the vehicle they were in and drive away.
I already was ignoring him, basically, and turned to the group and said, does anyone have a vehicle where we could talk privately?
Yeah, I do.
Good. At least you're useful for something.
Okay, and then so Slider will kind of walk around. It's like he'll walk away from the food truck and walk around the corner. And the vacant lot behind the food truck, you see a tilt rotor like boat fed Boeing commuter, like parked. So with the ramp down, or the ramp starts coming down.
Ooh.
Yeah, come on in. Anyone need a ride?
Oh, nice.
All right.
Frodo immediately wheels up to the. It's like, oh, this is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, we got a spot for you up there. Just take the co-pilot seat, and there's a rigger cocoon there waiting for you. There's Tritio fees for everything else, so we can talk together. So we got 2.5 hours. How about I hop in, and I'll get us going where. Oh, Frodo, did you bring a vehicle here that you need to sense anywhere remotely, or do you like grab any drones or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll have 3 Noiskitos, a couple Kanbushis, and then 2 fly spies like flying out of Andy into your chopper, and then I'll just have Andy follow us in case we need a cannon.
Then I'll say, hey, man, give me the digits, because I got my motorcycle here, too.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I got a safe house in Tacoma, if that works. We can kind of stage out of there, if that's good with everyone. I'll look up at Duke's. Do we need to stop at like a Chummer's Warehouse or someplace to get you something to wear?
Chummer's Warehouse.
You'll love the
no
way
offense. No offense, man, but
I got a clean pair of jeans back at the bar. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, let's figure that one out. Let's figure it on the run. So yeah, so I'll put
use the
guys
bathroom before you left, Fury? Like you look upset.
Can we just get to work?
All right,
sure.
Work it is.
Okay, so I'll hop in, like pop in my rigger's cocoon. One will open if Frodo wants to jump into. Yeah, and we'll take off. So OC, I'll fly us to kind of my hangar, which is like a low lifestyle, like abandoned warehouse that kind of used for basic maintenance and stuff like that. And we'll just kind of land there and get out. And then we can. So it's safe to plan here. It's been checked out. I paid off the local gang, so that should be safe, right? Yeah. So
before I get out of it's a van.
No, it's a helicopter.
Oh, we're a helicopter?
Oh yeah, we're flying.
Yeah.
So it's quick.
Well,
it's like a.
You're loaded.
Right? Like, yeah, it's a big tilt rotor. It's a big tilt rotor airplane.
We leave this little like Indian restaurant and come out and there's a freaking helicopter in the parking lot.
I mean, it was a vacant lot around the back.
I love it.
So, parking's really hard to find for this thing. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, now that I know what's going on here, very excited about a helicopter, but I'm not going to show it, obviously. So I'm going to do a round of astral, though. So I kind of lean my head against the window and scope the place out for a quick second before I pop back into my body. It's my way of just saying, I don't trust you.
Right back at you.
Yeah.
Do you have anything astral that she made? Any kind of magical goodies in
other than the utter blackness of my cyberware, which sucks up most of my humanity.
All right, very good. Yeah, so you guys take off. Like you're surprised, curious about the helicopter. You're like, holy crap, what is that thing? You all get in. It turns up and deafening noise from the engines. You're probably about a 10-minute flight. You throw in your flight plan to ATC, and you take off as like you see like everything just like blows over that's within 20 feet of the aircraft as you guys get light on the wheels and take off. You on final approach to land at your little hangar at a small airfield that's not far from downtown, and you come down. Curie, you go ahead and you're like, I'm going to check this astrally. You fly around the area where the hangars are at, and other than like a couple of devil rats that you see like lurking around in the corners, you don't see any kind of any magical beings or spirits or anything like that that you may think are going to be like hazardous or anything.
No auras waiting inside the hideout, like I'm going to shoot someone who walks in this door.
No, completely empty, and looks pretty safe as far as you think. All right. So you land, shut down the engines, everything gets quiet, and you guys walk into the hangar space.
And as we walk into the hangar space, that sounds like a great place to scene change and take a break. So we are going to be back in 5 minutes. In the meantime, I've got homework for you guys. First of all, you're going to type hashtag RemPC in the chat because we've got an awesome giveaway of the ebook collection of the Idyllian series by Rhiannon Held, which is a space opera series and has archaeology in it. So it's science fiction, heavy on the science. And I'm very excited about it. I'm going to get my own set. And so you can type in that hashtag RemPC, donate bits and subs to help you win. And the other homework assignment you have is to go to the link that we're about to drop in chat, which is the Exit Vector Kickstarter preview page. So you should go follow that so that you are notified as soon as we go live later this year. So homework, and we'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell. She's just spelling 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Hi everyone, now you can hear me. I was all distracted by how cool the video was, so I wasn't paying close enough attention to my settings. Cool video, guys.
Thanks. That's all Chopper's doing. He's the creative mind of the group.
I love it. It's really neat. So if you haven't yet, make sure you go follow the Kickstarter because I want to be in on something that produces a cool trailer like that. So yeah, I'm gonna hand it back to you, OC, to take us back in.
Okay, very good. So you guys, like I said, you landed at the hangar safe house of Slider, and you all exit the vehicle and walk into the spacious hangar. As you walk in, Slider, you knock some, or you turn on some AR light switches, and all the lights come on. And you see some like tools around, some spare parts to vehicles, some maintenance equipment, and a couple of bunks where Slider sleeps. And I'll let you take it away and continue on with the description and what you guys want to do as far as planning wise and legwork.
Yeah, like in the back corner, there's like a set of like old leather couches. Have some like duct tape stretched over some rake rips and tears, and there's a Tridio there. So if we want to do some planning, everyone have a seat over there, get some coffee, some soy calf going, and we can start planning. We got to go pretty quick though. So, let's get some planning.
Curious, like looking you up and down, trying to figure out if you have this much wear, a helicopter, this much planning equipment and stuff like that, and it's because you're a good rigger or because mommy and daddy have money. So she's trying to get a gauge on that.
We will find out over time.
I guess so.
So we'll see how tonight goes, and you can judge. That said, so Seattle Space Needle, pretty tall. Everyone, just so everyone knows, like obviously I'm a pilot rigger. I have a rotor drone, a fixed wing drone that can be used for defense and for a certain degree of surveillance. Although that's not really where I'm geared. I'm more of the transportation type. Hopefully we'll be able to get you in and out via the ground, but I think I'm around for emergencies and to provide like emergency fire support if anything goes horribly wrong up that high. So my only recommendation to tee off, and it looks like obviously you all are experts at going in the ground, and Frodo, you seem to be much more of a, look at the gear you load in the back of the aircraft. You seem to be much more of a surveillance type than me, so I'll let you go there. But the one thing I'd recommend is it's probably best if Frodo and I set up in the aircraft up high, just so we're closer signal wise. And then maybe Frodo, I saw a sweet ride you had. Maybe you have that at the bottom, on remote control to do the normal insert extract of the folks, and then we're there for emergencies and to keep the signal live. Does that sound like good?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, awesome.
Sounds good to me.
I think we should get there early as well, because we can set some of the bugs that the Johnson gave us on the table in the bathroom, anywhere that we think they might go and discuss things.
All right,
That's a great idea.
Dukes has just come in on his motorcycle. He kind of rides around the hangar and then pulls up to where everyone is, and he's like, "Wow, man, this place. Yeah,
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 indeed.
Okay.
Welcome.
Did you stop for clothes?
Oh yeah, I guess I should do that. Guess I can't wear my cut in the restaurant, huh?"
Okay, bye. And then she turns back to the group.
Yeah. So
Oh.
in the data chip, the restaurant does have a dress code, and it's a suit and tie. So it's kind of like business casual, but they prefer at least a sport coat and not just shirt and tie. I should have sport coat as well. So
I'm gonna call one of my contacts.
Mhm.
It's gonna be Jeannie, the bartender.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ring her up, and she is a loyalty 2. I'm going to call her up and say, "Hey, Jeannie, girl, it's Dukes."
All right, so yeah, it rings, the comm links connect, and you hear like a bunch of noise in the background, and it sounds like some glass, like a bottle's being broken on something, and you hear like this shrill voice go, "What are you doing, breaking my bottles? Hey, Jimmy, get this guy out of here!" And she goes, "Oh, hello?
"Hey, Jeannie, it's Dukes."
Oh, how you doing, Dukes? How's my
Oh.
baby doing?"
"Oh, I'm doing awesome, girl. How are you doing?"
"Oh my God, I'm doing great, but these fraggers over here, they're just breaking my bottles and fighting each other. I don't like it. You
Oh,
know, this is ridiculous."
Next time I come in, I'll have to straighten them out for you.
"Oh, would you please?" It's that guy, the guy Bobby. He's he's always been a problem here. I don't know what his deal is, but you gotta show him a thing or two. But what do you want, honey? I get it's kind of busy right now.
So I need some advice, Jeannie. I got to go buy some nice clothes for a nice dinner, for some work, and they're telling me my clean jeans aren't good. I got to
Well,
get
where you going, sweetie?
the Eye of the Needle. I think they were calling it, on top
Crap!
of the
You're
Space
going
Needle.
there? Oh, I would like to. Can I come?
Maybe
I get off in like an hour. Oh.
Tell you what, though, when I'm not on working, you and me, we're there in a heartbeat. But
Oh,
tonight I'm
absolutely.
working.
Oh my goodness. Oh God, that's amazing. All right, listen. You're gonna need some clothes. I mean, like it's a nice place. You can't go in jeans. I mean, what are you, an animal?
I don't know. You know
You are an
me.
animal. I know.
You know
Yeah,
me,
you're an
man.
animal. All right, listen. Just go to Chummer's Warehouse. They can get you a suit, all done up real nice. It's fantastic. I mean, just go on there. You know, just like take a picture of yourself. It does the whole thing. It's the 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow, that's easy. I didn't think it was so easy, man. I thought you had to, like...
It's technology, baby. All right, listen. Oh my God. Oh God, I got to get off the phone. They've got pitchforks. All right, I gotta go. Oh Jesus. Bye. And the comment goes dead, and you're like, pitchforks? What the hell?
Can we just
the
change
rough tonight?
can we just change plans and the rest of the episode tonight is listening to the date that these two are gonna go?
So yeah, she turns you on to Chummer's Warehouse, and she actually sent you the little LTG link for it. As you go on there, and a like virtual assistant comes on and says, "Good evening, sir. How may I help you? Welcome to Chummer's Warehouse, and we get you anything you need to wear very, very quickly."
Hey, Chummer, so I need like a suit and like a jacket because I gotta look good. Because I mean, I kind of hold up my Renraku Sensei and I'm showing the virtual assistant. You see, like right now, it's
Sir,
not
please.
good.
Sir, can you just hold it still for 1 second?
Okay. Sorry, man.
Turn sideways, sir. Very good. Yes. Well, I can't help you with her hair, but we can have it suit to you in 30 minutes. Drone delivery for 250 new yen.
Oh, that's completely whiz, man. I'm all over that.
Very good, sir. Just place your certified cred stick information in the system, and we will have the delivery for you. Where is it going to?
Oh, this cool warehouse, man. Hey, Slider, where are we at again?
Oh God. So much for the safe house. I'll put from the address.
All right.
I'm assuming you give me an address that's like a block up the road, right?
Yeah, I'll give you like the corner, like a couple blocks away. And
all right,
the poor delivery driver is going to be driving up to this like sketchy warehouse and like, am I about to get jumped and mugged? Like, yes,
they're used to it.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so the virtual assistant comes on and says, "Very well, sir. Delivery will be in 30 minutes." As you see the creds come out of the new yen comes out of your cred stick, and you see like a timer on your comm link goes on, and it actually is a countdown timer. And that's it. And so you're waiting for your suit to come in via drone.
All right, so I'm gonna jump on my motorcycle and go ride out to the rendezvous point.
All right. Yeah, about just like 30 seconds to go, you hear like this whizzing, and you like look up, and it's a MCT roto drone that looks like it's been modified with a with like a container underneath instead of a light machine gun. Then all the blinking lights, navigation lights come down, and you feel like the rotor wash, just a little bit, but it's enough. And it stops, and it comes down about 10 feet away from you. It drops what looks like to be a big box that probably has a suit in there, and then whizzes away as it confirms your comlink information, and then goes away. You look, there's a box, you open it up, and you lift it up, and it has looks like a suit already set up. Everything you need, including the shoes, in a garment bag that was folded into this box neatly.
Oh, whiz! I'm gonna go. I'm gonna bungee cord it on the back of the motorcycle and ride back over to the hangar.
All right, cool. All right, everybody else, what are you guys doing?
Frodo, do you want to give any of your nat drones or your bug drones to the team going in?
Absolutely. Yeah. Here, he's gonna have a Kamushi like crawl up Kiri's leg, and like, here, you put this wherever you want, and then have like a Noisquito like fly into like fly past like Buzz. You said your name is Buzz, right?
No.
Who's Buzz?
No, I'm Slider.
Oh, Slider and Duke.
You're Slider, the dude with the chummer.
Oh,
Or
Mark.
Dukes.
Mark is Dukes.
Dukes. Oh, yeah, Dukes.
Whoa, man, easy.
My bad. Yeah.
All right, so you guys prep yourselves up, and you're going. Just want to verify you are going in on the ground with your vehicle on autopilot, correct? And then you guys will be in the air, flying the vehicle.
Yes.
In the what is that vehicle? In the feathered Boeing commuter. Very good. All right.
Yeah, and then before we hop in, I'll give everyone a familiarization with the cabin. Like, so there's like a station for Curie to sit down. There's a mage goggle station. So once you hop in, if anything goes bad, and then for Dukes, there's like a light machine gun like mounted back on the ramp in case anything goes. Like I said, like, I don't use those things, but sometimes teammates do. So if you need it, it's back there. And I'll show them how the exits work and stuff like that.
I'm going to summon some spirits too, so
Okay,
just in case. Is this 5th rules or 6th rules?
You know what? We should have said that from the beginning. This is going to be 6th edition rules.
Okay.
But yeah, so go ahead and roll, make your summoning tests. The way I work it is anything that's force 4 or below, you're just going to get auto hits. And then, so anything if it's a force 4 spirit, it'll have 2 auto hits. If it's a force 2, it'll have 1 auto hit. And we'll go like that. If it's 5 or 6, then I'll roll I'll roll against you on the summoning test.
Let's do 1 force 6.
Okay.
Let me find my Roll20 screen again so that I can roll some dice. There we go. So D6s, I'm rolling 13 of them. One, two hits.
The spirit got 4 successes, so
Yeah, we're gonna post edge that.
okay.
I think. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So I get 11 more dice. 1, 2, 3, 4 more hits. Yay! 6 hits.
All right. Okay, so you succeed.
Cool.
You get 2 success or 2 services for this spirit. What type of? I'm sorry. What type of spirit was it?
Water.
Water. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So so you got like there's like this puddle of water and a like a hose that's kind of like been like running, and all of a sudden like it kind of coalesces, and you get this like this just like actually a really big like puddle of water. Like it almost looks like a jello, like a jello gelatin thing, but it's just watery. And it says, "How may I assist you?"
I just say, stand by for now.
Very well. As it dematerializes and goes back into the ether, waiting for your command.
And I do not take drain on that. So I'm also going to summon a force 4 air and a force 4 fire.
So those will be 2 auto hits.
Yep. And then I'll roll my drain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm fine. 1, 2, 3. I'm fine.
Very good. All right. How many hits did you have on that one? It was 1, 2, 3. What is that? 4. All right. So you have 4. So you have 2 services for each one. Then.
Yeah. This was just a drain roll. Do you want my?
I'm sorry. This is the drain roll for what?
For summoning the spirits. If I have 2 net hits, you said.
No. What I'm saying is they will get 2 automatic hits.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm with you.
I'm doing rule of 4 basically.
So let me roll mine then. So that was my drain for each of them, but this is my summoning roll.
Got it.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 services.
Yep.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 services.
Okay, very good. And what type of spirits were those? So you have 1, 4, 6
air,
water, and the other 2 air.
Air and fire.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so they all come up and they are eager to assist Madame Curie.
Fire, 3 services for 6 water with 2 services. Okay. Then for now, I'm as planned as I want to be until we get closer, and then I'll do all my buffing. Copy. See, guys, I told you.
Damn it. You can get them out of the military, but you can't get the military out of them. Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. What I was talking about was, when I buy my hits for most of this stuff. It's not auto hits. It's just they're buying their hits. So all right, so you guys finish up your prep. And you, is there anything else before this that you want to do before you head off to the actual mission or to the meet, or not the meet, but the actual job?
I do change. I have a satchel with me, and I'm just going to assume for right now that when I was told about the meet, I was told to bring fancy stuff because it doesn't take up much space for me. So I did, thinking that hopefully I would need it for the job, and if not, and it was some dude telling me how to dress, then I'd light him up later for it.
Yep.
How tall is this restaurant?
It is approximately 500 feet off the ground, 500 to 600 feet.
And how many floors is the how many?
They're talking about the top of the needle, the disc part.
Yeah, how thick is that?
So it's 2 floors, so it's probably about 15 feet each floor, we'll call it. So it's probably about 30 feet thickness, 30 feet thick from top to bottom.
Cool beans.
Yeah, you guys are all very familiar with the Space Needle. The outside rotates, or actually, the actual outside doesn't rotate. Just the inside of the restaurant portion rotates. The outer ring does. It's all surrounded in glass, and there's a radio antenna spire on top of it that brings it a little over 600 feet in height. And and there are 3 elevators, or there's elevator access that will bring you from the ground floor level all the way to the top. All right, if there's no further legwork or preparation you guys want to do, then we will move on. So, Curie and Dukes. So, Duke steps out from the bathroom, and he is all dressed up in some pretty decent très chic attire. He looks like he cleans up pretty well. He's even got, you have like long hair, Dukes?
Yep.
Yeah, so he ties it into like a ponytail in the back, kind of gets a little bit of the grease off from it, and cleans off his face and everything. And what's your charisma there, Dukes?
It is 3.
All right. So yeah, he cleans up okay. He looks the part, but he definitely, you can tell he's like uncomfortable. It's a little bit tight on him, in the sense that there's just too much clothing, and it's very restrictive. But he looks the part. Whether he acts the part is a different story.
How do chummers do this all the time, man? I don't like this.
So
it's like chains, man.
So that took total probably about so you're gonna get there about 8:40, 8:30. You'll get there to the bottom of the Space Needle, driving the vehicle, which goes uneventful. You'll be basically on the autopilot there, using the grid guide. And then for Slider and Frodo, you guys are going to be in the aircraft. You have set up a flight plan that kind of keeps you in the area. You kind of faked like a news chopper kind of thing, where need to hold over this particular airspace for approximately you got 2 hours before the ATC starts to question why you're still in the area, and they're going to try to push you off to another location. But they want to keep you approximately 1,000 feet altitude, so 500 feet or so above the top of the needle. They don't want you any lower than that. And you comply with all that. As long as you comply, you have no issues. I'll quickly show you just a map of what the area looks like. That's what the area looks like. If you look at the top left corner, the orange disc, that's where the Space Needle is, and Denny Park surrounding it. And then you have the rest of downtown Seattle kind of sprawling to the east and to the south. So that's where you're going. You come up one of the streets where this little circle is over here, and you're going to get dropped off. You come to the bottom. There's like a pavilion area and a bunch of shops. And you start to make your way, you and Dukes make your way towards where the security area is, where they allow you to go into the elevators to get up to the restaurant. What kind of weapons are you guys carrying?
I am the weapon.
Ooh. Oh, I like it.
So
what about you, Dukes?
So since Dukes is wearing a suit and it's kind of difficult to hide firearms, he's bringing his combat knife.
Okay. All right, so you're going to take pleasure in gutting somebody? I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy.
Something like that.
I have random movie quotes, guys, so bear with me.
It's a talent.
All right, so we're going. So you get to the pavilion area, and you see like a couple of security stations, and you kind of look back at you're looking at an AR. You have like a image of the security guard that has been told to help you out. On the upper right hand corner of your guys' AR feed, and you see him. You spot him. And he kind of looks around nervously as he's like looking at his watch and just kind of waiting. You approach him and you tell him, hey, we're here to get into the needle, and he kind of looks at you and says, did he kind of leans in, Mr. Johnson send you?
Yeah, man, we're cool.
Okay. And you can see there's like other security guards around. And he kind of like looks around a little bit and kind of just pushes this button. And he says, okay, go through the scanner, sir and ma'am. Please, one at a time, one at a time. As you go through and nothing beeps. Well, definitely nothing for Curie because she is the weapon. But yeah, for Dukes, like you're wondering if that big like blade is gonna like set off any kind of mad alarms or anything, and just nothing goes off. So you're pretty happy with that. But there are other security guards kind of looking around and doing things. So you're definitely not in the clear yet. But you start to walk slowly with a group of other people, and you make it into the elevator. You guys get in there, and there is a elevator attendant who like pushes the top button, and the elevator shoots up. You feel it accelerate pretty drastically for about the first 50 feet, and then all of a sudden it stabilizes its acceleration, and you're at the top speed. So you don't feel anything anymore, and all of a sudden you start to feel this like deceleration happen within about 30 seconds as it shoots you up to the about 500 or so feet into the sky, up the center of the needle, and the elevator opens up to, let me give you the other screen here. All right, so this is going to be like the diagram of where you guys are coming out. I will just, this right here, that'll be Curie. Yeah, let's see what we'll do this one here, and then this one here, this will be Dukes. So you guys come out, people walk out in front of you, and you see right here, you're kind of in this is like the center portion of the Space Needle restaurant. There is an area where there's a cooking staff. It kind of, if you can picture like a like modern day Cheesecake Factory where there's like windows and you could see like the people working, but it's like just like the top, so it's not to show everything, but it shows that you got like your chefs cooking and doing their thing. And then you look around and there's like kind of like a waiting area in the center with some couches and a couple of like trids that have that just show like images and stuff like that. There's no sound or anything because they don't want to disturb. But the cool thing is that from anywhere in here, other than the very center portion here, you can kind of see where all the diners are at. There's a wall that's about waist high and tons and tons of tables. As you see, the actual outer ring portion is rotating very slowly, but it is rotating. And the windows on the outside give you a beautiful view of the entire Seattle skyline. As you kind of are awed for a minute, just looking at everything and go, wow, this is really nice. But you get back to your professionalism and be like, all right, we're here on a mission, not to sightsee. And you guys kind of walk around, and you start to walk from. You guys kind of walk around to the top, and you kind of end up near the. So this red circle is where the gentlemen will be. Sorry, they're already there, but let's just say they're not. Right. I'm going to move them over here. The table is empty, and then you go ahead and you kind of sit down for a second at your table. Can you guys see me moving the characters, the guys?
Yep.
Okay, very good. And so you're right next to their table. As you kind of look around, a waiter comes, and you guys can take control of your characters, by the way. So yeah. So the table is empty, and you're sitting right there. There are other people, kind of like every other table for the most part is kind of filled with either 2 to 4 people, having their conversations and in different stages of eating their meal, whether it's first getting it or kind of just having their desserts or in the middle of it. But everybody just seems to kind of be minding their own business, talking to each other and just engrossed in their lives. Not paying attention at all to their surroundings.
So, as we get seated, I'll take the spot. I'll kind of sub-vocally say, I'll have my back to them, so you have eyes on the target. I can see through other eyes.
Right on.
And then pretty much as soon as we sit down, I'm going to, since their table is right behind me, as I take my jacket off and go to hang it on my chair, I drop my purse, and then as I'm going to pick it up, I just lift and stick one of those discs to the underside of the table under the tablecloth.
Okay. Yeah, super easy to do. Like, you don't even have to make a test. It peels off, and you can just stick it right up there. So yeah, there's one in there. Once you stick it on, do you have like do you have the ability to see AR and your comlink and everything, or are you just all mage?
I have AR glasses that
Okay.
that I can. I don't usually wear them, but I can slide them down, see what's going on, and then move them back if I.
All right, sounds good. So you got an image link and everything. So yeah, so easy to once you connect it, it actually pops up on your comlink. Do you want to connect to this device? And you guys click yes, and the mic automatically kind of turns on, and is just waiting there for someone to start speaking. So it says it's active and ready to go.
Didn't you say you had to use the bathroom?
Oh, yeah, that's right. So I'm going to get up and kind of start looking around for where the bathroom is.
Okay, yeah. So the bathrooms are kind of over in this area where I'm pinging, kind of towards the center again, on the lower portion. There's that's like the men's room, and then the women's room is I don't know, it's like on the other side over here somewhere. So
I'm gonna try to take a roundabout way.
Okay.
To walk around.
Yep.
As I'm walking by the table, I'm gonna try to discreetly slap one on the back of one of the chairs as I'm going by, and I'll kind of pretend like I'm tripping a little bit and use the chair to kind of catch myself. But as I catch myself on the chair, I'm gonna slap one of the devices on the back of it,
Okay.
get it under the seat.
Yep. Yeah, you do that, and once you do that, it immediately comes online, and again, confirms that you want to connect your device to it, and you say yes, and it does so. So you make your way to the bathroom. Is there anything you want to look for specifically? Do you want to make a perception test, or are you looking for something in particular?
So I'm gonna make a perception test and just try to see what I can figure out. Just look at the general layout and kind of make an assessment. Okay, escape route, ingress, egress routes coming up and down on the ground,
Mhm.
and maybe look for places to take cover in case anything does go wrong.
All right, so just go ahead and roll your perception plus your intuition, please.
2 hits.
Okay. Yeah. So you take a good look around in detail of the area. You see that the primary form of entry and exit from this place is through the elevators. In the center of the needle is a staircase that goes up to the observatory level, and then goes down, and you're not sure where it goes down to, though, but there's stairs that go up and go down. You think there may be some sort of emergency way other than elevators for people to get out in case there's like a fire or some sort of crazy like power outage or something, but you're not really sure how they do that. But it seems to be that the only place that you can exit is through this center area of the needle. Outside, you see a ton of people eating. For the most part, there's windows completely all the way around. They're probably about 8 to 10 foot, like reinforced plate windows that could probably take a bullet or two, but they're not indestructible, but they're definitely meant to be. They're thick, and they're meant to last. Other than that, you do notice that there's cameras in the area. So there is some sort of security, and you see like the cooks and stuff like that, as well as a bunch of waiters and everything walking back and forth delivering people their meals. But you don't see any overt like security personnel that are just like standing there, waiting for something to happen.
All right, so I'm gonna go to the restroom, make a quick head call, and then come back around to the table from the other side, just still paying attention to the surroundings.
Breaking the seal already? The party hasn't even started, man.
Hey, man, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Hey, Fro, not everyone's got a rigger cocoon fully equipped.
I mean, fair enough. It is pretty nice in here, man.
I'm sorry, what was your, was it Scooter?
Dukes.
Dukes. I don't know where Scooter came from, but Dukes, as he returns to the table, I'll kind of make a face like I'm asking him something. But I'm gonna say not into the sub folks or anything. Are you guys picking this up outside? Or I guess, are you guys picking this up outside?
If we are, I will answer yes.
Oh, see, I'm asking if the mic that I planted on the table is picking them up.
Oh yeah. They can pick it up. They get
Cool.
that feed. All right, so you guys kind of settle in. You get your drinks, and you start to place your order for food as you see two gentlemen, which match the description of the picture that was sent to you on that data trip. They're coming from the north part as they walk around the ring, and they take their seats, one on either side of a fairly large table, and they start to have a conversation. Does anybody speak Japanese?
No.
Nobody.
Nope.
Okay. All right. So very good. So you start to hear some conversation in Japanese, and it kind of, at first, it seems like very kind of cordial and like, and then it kind of starts to get a little bit more aggressive, and it seems like somebody's like really energetic about something that's happening, and they're kind of their mannerisms are getting a little worked up, and then they kind of calm down. The waiter comes and gets them their drinks. They get some sake, some soy sake. Actually, no, they get some real sake. This is a high-end, high lifestyle restaurant, so they get the real stuff. And they start to down a couple of drinks. Then they start kidding around and stuff. Everything's all in Japanese. You guys have no idea what they're saying. You're trying to Google Translate, but it's just not. It's not working. It's giving you like gibberish. You're like, well, that doesn't even make sense. But it is recording, so that's good. So as that's happening, you get your meal, and you're just sitting there and listening in on two guys talking in Japanese. You guys can make perception tests on them as well if you like, during the time that all this observation is happening.
Sure, and I'd also like to text Frodo and say, like, whatever that little drone was you gave me, if you
want to move this onto them in case they move on.
Sounds good. And he's going to activate it and have it crawl onto the bigger guy's shoe.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's not hard to do. So yeah, it happens. It crawls off. Where was it? Where did you have it, Curie? Was it like in your
It would have been
hand,
in
or?
it would have been in my handbag or my purse, so I would have like just opened it and then maybe like kind of reached under the chair that like pretending I'm scooching in, but like really getting it on the bottom of the chair.
I gotcha. All right. Yeah. So you start to move a little bit, and then the guy kind of like he kind of senses your movement, and then like looks back at you and gives you kind of like this hard look as he kind of looks you over, and he looks like he's sizing you up, and then he just like kind of just chuckles and and gives a grin, and then turns around, completely feeling like you're totally not a threat at all, and then goes back to his conversation. And what are you using? Are you using the spy fly there?
No, I was going to be using a kanmushi, which is like the little tiny like cockroachy little.
Okay. Yeah. So you give it like a command to move. You're not going to get into it, right? You're just going to tell it what to do.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have it chill as inconspicuously as possible.
Okay. Yeah, it's like crawling around with its little antennas and legs, like moving like a mile a minute, and then it sees its shoe and it's like, as it like climbs up and like kind of latches on, and it's like just in his shoe, like where his pants kind of cover. So yeah, he's got a bug in his pants, but it seems to be securely on his shoe and not causing a problem.
I have one more side mission I have while we're at this restaurant.
Okay.
I order one of everything, including every bottle of wine that they have, because screw the Johnson.
Okay, the guy looked. You're like, place your order. The guy looks at you and he's like, "You actually want the bottle, or do you want like a glass of each?"
The bottle.
Oh my.
Leave unopened, please.
Very well, madam. As he goes by, and this guy's like, yeah, he's like, I just got some. I'm gonna get a big tip off of this one. As he seems like excited because it looks like there's some high spenders at this table. As far as perception tests, Mark, you see, they're two human, Asian, most likely Japanese gentlemen. Looks like there's some tattoos that are coming just off of their suits. They're very well tailored suits. Look to be very expensive. And you see some tattoos on the necks, as well as some tattoos that are coming off the wrists onto the hands. Both of them look, they're kind of middle to older. Like one guy's a little bit older, probably looks like maybe in his 50s, and the other guy is kind of in his late 30s to 40s, you think, but they all seem kind of fit and seem like they command respect. Like there's an air of like, I don't know, it's like an arrogance, but also kind of like I'm in charge kind of feel that you get from both of them, actually, as they are intently talking about all kinds of different things, and drinking their sake and eating their food. As you're paying attention to that, Slider, what are you doing your perception with? Are you doing it with your drones, or are you how are you looking at things?
I'll use the sensors from the aircraft. So
okay, so you get 5 fits. So you've been kind of like driving around for about probably about good 20 minutes right now while everybody's getting set up and everything. And you've been monitoring, you have your sensors like monitoring traffic of the people coming in and out. And you notice a little bit of an anomaly, as it seems like has just kind of been a sudden influx of people heading in towards the Space Needle. You focus in on that, and you can see what looks like to be several people in what you think of like looks like suits. It's kind of small, but you zoom in and it looks like a bunch of people with like fedora hats, like black fedora hats and like black suits. And they look to all be like moving with a purpose, coming from different directions as they get out of cars and like come into the pavilion area of the Space Needle. But you don't.
How many?
That as best you can think, probably 15 to 20.
All right, I'll flip the imagery to the rest of the team. This looks odd, team. Keep your head on the swivel. This may turn into a bad kung fu movie soon.
All right, so yeah, so you guys like the waiter brings like the first bottle and he's like, "Madam, this is our finest reserve from the year 2000. The best red wine we have. Would you like me to open it?"
Only half listening because I'm alert now. Yes, Go ahead.
Yes. 2000 is a fine vintage year. One of the best. As he like uncorks it and he pours a little bit in the wine glass and waits for you, holding it, just intently looking, waiting to see what you do.
I still like am kind of distracted and looking like out the window and like kind of looking through the eyes of my spirits and stuff like that until I finally like notice him and I'm like, leave now.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And he puts the wine bottle on the table and then moves away to get your food, kind of like a little dejected a little bit. There's a whole ritual to this, and
I think he wanted you to sniff the glass.
So he just he goes away and is like, well, yeah, whatever. Everybody make a perception check. People inside. I'm sorry. Who is it? Curie and Dukes. Please make perception checks. If you got visual, you get the bonus for the visual.
Oh, 5 hits.
Oh, nice.
I roll 5. 2 hits.
2 hits. All right. So you are. So how are you looking visual? Are you looking astrally or are you just regular vision, Curie?
After being told be on alert, I'm kind of flipping back and forth.
Okay.
But like I'll close my eyes occasionally, like pretend I'm like enjoying the wine nervously while my spirits kind of see for me.
Okay. All right.
But not that they know what to look for.
All right. So like, yeah, you look around, you're kind of nervous and you're just like, all right, what's going on? There's just a lot happening here. You don't really notice too much. You did hear like the elevator ding and Dukes, you're kind of like, you're definitely more intent and more focused on what you're saying. All right, there could be a threat. There could be something. Maybe something's about to go down. I don't know. And you look at the elevators, and they are actually there. It's open, and it's like really dark. Like the light inside the elevator is not on. And as that happens, all of a sudden, you see like these 2 canisters come bouncing out of the elevator. Bouncing around into the center ring as all of a sudden, these small explosions go off and like gas starts to fill the area. Everybody roll initiative.
And with that, it seems like a great time for our second break.
Yes.
So you're going to have to stay tuned to find out how badly we all get our butts kicked. So while we're gone, though, we're going to be taking a 10-minute break this time. Please, please, please go check out our Kickstarter page that Billy's going to drop in the chat for Exit Vector, which you guys are about to get to see. We've been playing Shadowrun so far, and we're getting ready to switch over to Exit Vector soon. So you'll see how this kind of plays together. But go follow the page. type hashtag RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win the collection of the Idyllian series by Rhiannon Held, which is a space opera novel series. So hashtag RemPC, bits and subs get you extra entries, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, guys.
Yeah.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Okay, guys, welcome back. We were just about to roll initiative. I'm about to do mine. Of course, I don't have my spells up, so I'm going to be slow as heck.
Are we just rolling perception or initiative?
We're rolling initiative.
All right.
Yeah, mine is 11.
Okay, so Curie's at 11.
And Duke's is 15.
15. Okay, Slider, where you at?
Counting is difficult. Sorry. 27.
7. Okay, and Frodo?
I got 5.
5. Got it.
Your initiative is 5?
Are you hot?
Aren't you a rigger?
Oh, yeah, yes. I am.
Are you Hot Sim VR with me?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
How many more dice do I get?
Start with 3.
Hot Sim, you're gonna get. We'll go with. Well, you should get 46. But if you have a what is that? A vehicle jack, you're gonna get another D6 depending on what you have. So.
Yes.
Let's just go. Roll 5d6 plus your reaction.
5d6 plus my reaction.
Reaction plus intuition, right?
Yeah.
No, it's just go initiative times 2 since you're in VR.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Initiative times 2. So
I'm sorry. Intuition times 2. My fault.
Oh, okay.
Because you're rigging in VR.
I forgot you were. Yeah, you're a VR. So.
And then it'll be, if you're Hot Sim, it's 3d6.
Wah. So got 3.
Okay, so 3 plus your intuition times 2. What's your intuition?
My intuition's 8. So
8. So 16 plus 4 is equal to. I can't do math. 19.
Even when you're slow, you're fast. That's good.
Wait, 16 plus 4 is. Wait, 16? Yeah, 16. So he's 20. There we go. All right, very good. So you're 20. All right, so first person to go is Slider. So you
okay.
you kind of like you're keyed in onto what's going on. You heard the pops and start to see the smoke billowing out from off of Curie's AR glasses. You can see the feed off of her image link, and that's what's going on right now.
Okay. I will perceive in detail, focusing the inside just to see what's going on in that mess.
Okay. Yeah, you use your sensors. Check out. You see that there's several. There's like a bunch of what looks like people coming out of the elevators. Looks to be like about between 10 and 15. You're not sure right now because the smoke is obscuring some of your sensors, some of your visual. But yeah, that's what you see right now. Doesn't seem like anybody's really acted other than starting to get out and spread out.
Okay. So major action to perceive in detail, do a minor action to launch some drones from so one MCT roto drone and one Ed Boeing Blackhawk, a fixed wing drone, just deploy from the VTOL, and they'll start coming online. And I'll send I'll take another minor action, publish all this to the VR network so everyone sees what I see, and I'll start marking like threats diagram just so everyone's got that situational awareness. And I will send a friend request to Frodo, inviting him to, if he would like to jump in one of the drones at his leisure. So he can choose.
All right, as your
When he's
drones
ready.
as your drones come off their drone rack, like you feel like the aircraft just kind of shudder just a little bit as the center of gravity changes and the just the thrust of each of the vehicles coming off kind of make it shake a little bit as they come online, and they're kind of on standby, ready to go. So is that all you're doing, Slider?
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
And
All right,
really
very-
the big driving force, I'm looking for exits for them.
Got
So,
it.
ways, and just we got to see how this plays out.
Got it. All right, Frodo. Just real quick, how are you familiar with the SR6 rules, or do you just primarily play SR5?
Just play SR5. So
All right.
I'm not exactly sure how SR6 rolls.
No worries.
Just tell us what you want to do, and we'll tell you what to roll.
Right. So Frodo, you're going next. You get a friend request from. You basically get an open link to get into the system of one of the drones. But basically, you're going to have, since you're 3d6, you're going to have 4 minor actions and 1 major action. And you can convert, like, so basically your major actions are your complex actions, and your minor actions are like your simple actions from SR5. All right, so that's kind of like the baseline. So we'll go with that. You can convert your minor actions into a major action, so you can attack twice if you wanted to, or do some sort of, you can do like 2 complex actions basically. So is there anything you want to do right now in the vehicle?
He's going to, of course, accept the friend request. I mean, but he's not necessarily going to jump into a drone quite yet. He's going to remember it's not our fight. If they want to kill each other, let them. Just get the fuck out of there. All right.
All right, you guys hear that over the comms. Next person to go is going to be the bad guys. All right, so as the smoke billows out, it obscures them coming out of the elevators, but you can tell there's a lot of them as the exterior ring continues to rotate. It starts to shudder and then stops. And you guys are frozen in this position here, where you guys are basically to the east and the same configuration as where we're at right now on the Roll20. So you feel that happen, and then as that goes down, you also see like the lights start to kind of like spark, and the lights start to go down, and then all of a sudden you hear "Leave no witnesses." As you start to hear like submachine guns start to go off, as bullets start shooting all over the place. People start screaming. You see random fire from everywhere, like the north side, the east, west, south. On your side, you guys see like it looks like to be 2 or 3 that you can see coming out of the smoke, just like indiscriminately shooting towards the windows, trying to just hit everyone that they can hit. Fury, make a dodge test, reaction plus.
This is why I don't go anywhere without my armored lab quote. I specifically didn't complain about it today. I should have complained about it. I've learned my lesson. All right, so reaction plus intuition.
Yep, you're gonna take a. Looks like some bullets are coming your way.
Yeah. 2 hits.
2 hits. Totally misses you. You duck down. And then Dukes, go ahead and make a reaction plus intuition check to dodge some bullets as well.
All right, and then with my dodge, I get +5 from athletics. So
Okay, so you're going to dodge?
Yep. Second, I'm setting up the dice roll. Four hits.
All right, very good. Yeah, it like shoots over your head. It actually like you can see it crack into the bullets go into the window, and you see it start to form some cracks. But it's still holding strong. All right, so that goes down. You hear a lot of screaming. People start like kind of running all over the place. You see food just flying everywhere. Like people are like throwing, their plates up in the air, just screaming. Some lady like takes, looks like she gets stitched up with a submachine gun like burst as she falls to the ground, and her eyes just staring lifeless in your guys' direction. And just pandemonium is happening right now. Next is going to be Dukes.
All right, so take a major action. No, I'm sorry. I'll take a major action to observe in detail,
Okay.
and I'm going to look around and see if there's any, from where all these people are pouring out, see if there's any possible escape routes out of here. If we can somehow make it to the center, get down the stairs, or see if that emergency exit I noticed before is popping open.
Right. So it looks like all the power is starting to shut down. In the center, it looks like that's where the concentration of fire is coming from. You think it could be a suicide mission, trying to get to those elevators because that's where the bad guys are at. And there's tons of smoke, so it's kind of hard. Your vision is getting obscured a little bit. But you think that that's the kill zone right there right now is that center square, that center circle.
All right, so I'm going to shout over to Curie as though she's taking cover there behind the table. I'm just going to shout out, "Hey man, we got nowhere to go but out and up. We're not getting out through the middle, man."
Fury.
And then
Is it my turn?
Oh, yes, it is your turn. Unless Dukes, do you want to say anything else or do anything else?
I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna get on the comm link and radio slider.
All right, so that's a minor action. You took a major action to observe in detail, and are you taking any cover? Most importantly.
Yeah, I'll take another minor action to take cover.
All right, you're gonna take +4 cover, +1, 2, 3. What are you taking? Just so we know.
Ooh. Dude, well, imagine probably not more than like +2 because I don't think these tables are meant to stop bullets.
Well, it's just cover is just covering yourself. Like it doesn't mean that it's bulletproof. So you can take up to 4 points of cover if that's what you wish. You guys can push the table over. There's some like couches right here that are kind of obscuring things. So if you can get down, you can take up to 4 points of cover if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, we'll take up to the 4. Start just tossing stuff in front of us and trying to make ourselves small targets.
All right, very good.
Grab some breadsticks while you're down there, man.
Dukes grabs a breadstick off the top of the table and stuffs it in his face as he's like tipping over chairs and tables.
And I'll put an AR target around that bottle of wine that Curie ordered. Like, don't forget that.
He'll grab the bottle of wine, he'll take a big swig, and he'll say, "Wow, this is 2,000 times better than that stuff they got back home."
All right, very good. Curie, you're next.
All right. I'm going to try to get faster first, so increase reflexes.
All right. Go ahead and cast your increased reflexes. And what do you take? What level? Actually, it's however many successes, correct? Yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah. So let's see. So I have 14 dice. What?
Oh my goodness, no hits.
Apparently, I'm panicked by not having my armored lab coat here. And I spent 4 edge already. It's not a glitch, so I think I'm just gonna have to eat it.
Yeah. All right, roll for terrain.
Broke the ritual.
Yeah. You're trying to summon your inner power and use the use magic to increase your speed, and it's just not working for you. You're out of sorts. Something's going on.
I don't take drain, which is nice, but
Yep.
I am going to use then a minor action to command one of my spirits. So we're going to do the water one,
Okay.
and cast and use the conceal ability on us.
Very good. All right, and that's force 4, right? Force 4 is spirit.
No, it's force 6.
Oh, that's a force 6. Okay, yeah, that's right. Water. All right. Good. Yeah, you cast concealment, and all of a sudden, like, it looks like as you do that, the spirit says very well, and it looks like the sprinkler system, like, just all of a sudden, like, bursts open and goes off as there's, like, water starts to come down all over the place, and a swirling mist comes around you guys and envelops you, and you think it's definitely obscuring whoever's out there. As you do that, is there any other actions you're going to take?
That's with my slow as frag self. In my current situation, that's all I can do.
All right, very good. All right, so you guys notice, like, the two guys who you were surveilling, like, all this gunfire is going off, and, like, they're just sitting there, like, still drinking their sake, and they, like, kind of look at each other very annoyed, as they say something actually in English, and it goes, they're like, "Damn triads," as both of them grab the table and push it up to use it as some sort of cover, and they both pull out what looks to be some airy sliver guns, and start laying down some fire in the direction of the smoke. And they seem to be, like, communicating with each other somehow, trying to figure out what to do. A little bit of worry in their face, but almost a confidence, a crazy confidence, considering what the odds are right now. All right, so top of the order. Oh, actually, and as you do that, I'm sorry, right before that happens, you guys hear, you kind of hear some sort of a chanting happening, and all of a sudden, in the smoke of the grenades, you see what seems to be like these two spirits manifest, and they look pretty big, and they look intent on hurting something. You're not sure what, though. Hopefully, it's not you. And then we'll go back to the top of the order now. So, Slider, you're first.
Okay. I'll move the airplane to a window next to our folks. And I'll hop on the radio. It's like, do you have any options to get out? Like, okay, I'm sorry. Do I see any sort of exit for them through the center stairs or anything like that?
You can't. From what you saw, it looks like there's no way they're going to exit out of that without getting jacked up pretty bad.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll maneuver. Okay, so I'll maneuver the ramp. So I'll open the ramp. I'll maneuver towards the back, near the closest window to them, and I'll dial them up. Can you guys open a window?
Windows are pretty thick, man. I think you might have to bust it from your side.
Duck. Okay, and then so I won't do it this turn because I got to give him a chance to react. But, I'll go over to Frodo and say, "Hey, can you make a hole for them?" And I'll point at the drones. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Yes. I gotcha. And he's going to jump into a rotor drone.
Okay. And as he's doing this, then I got two myometric ropes, like, rigged up in the thing, so I'll like have them pre-programmed to go snake out. When the window opens, they'll snake out and basically present themselves to our two compatriots.
Sweet. All right, very good. Next is going to be Frodo.
Frodo is going to aim at a window, and he's gonna repeat. He's gonna establish a prone position.
Mm-hmm. All right. So are you shooting with the? You're going to use one of the drones. You're getting into the drone and shooting.
Yes, sir.
All right. Make a. Well, your character has gunnery, right?
Yes.
All right. So it's basically it's going to be engineering. So go ahead and just roll whatever your gunnery is plus your logic.
So gunnery plus logic. So I have 7 gunnery, and my logic is 6. All right.
And what you're just going to shoot you're going to shoot a burst of bullets into the window to shatter it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I got 7 hits.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, you lay into it with the light machine gun as the rounds rip into the glass. Initially, it starts to poke holes in it, and then you see cracks form, and all of a sudden, it just explodes. And it's tempered glass, so it just it doesn't it just comes down just like a shower of glass straight down into tiny little pieces. As you guys get a blast of air coming into the restaurant where the glass was before. You hear the noisy sounds of the engines that are almost drowning out the machine or the SMG fire that's going on in the restaurant itself. But there is an exit now.
We have a hole. Let's move.
All right. Are you taking any more actions, Frodo?
No.
Take a couple minor actions if you want.
Oh no, okay.
By the way, I love how Matt was like, I'm going to give them a chance to dodge. And Frodo's like, yeah, no. Nah. We're
That
good.
is already down, right?
Hey, we're riggers. We move fast. Game first,
All right.
last.
All right, Dukes, you just got showered with glass, and
Oh man, my new suit. Oh man.
and yeah, your suit just got shredded up a little bit. But now there is a big hole, and you actually see the ramp right up on the maybe 2 or 3 feet as a rope kind of snakes into the opening.
All right, I am running to grab the rope and head over to the ramp.
Very good. All right, so you do that. So that's your move action. You can actually you can jump and get into the vehicle if that's what you want to do. It's close enough that you're able to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to jump into the vehicle and get behind the gun.
All right, just make a athletics test for me. Athletics plus agility, just because how crazy it is with everything. The rotor wash, the fact that you're 600 feet, 500 feet from the ground. That bullet's going everywhere.
All right, so I got 6 hits.
Oh yeah, you no problem. Yeah, it was like.
Oh, and Dukes. Dukes, there's no mount. You got to go Rambo style.
Wait, there's no what?
There's no mount. It's not a gun mount, so you got to go.
Oh,
Rambo
I thought
style.
you said there's no. I thought you said there's no ramp. I was like, well, he just jumped into the air.
Oh man!
Oh,
bummer.
All right, no problem.
Jumps onto the ramp and he picks up the machine gun. He's like, "Let's hit it, bro! Call him, I'll stall him."
All right, Curie, you're next.
Whew, all right. Well, since he jumped, I'm going to go ahead and take. After what happened last time, I'm gonna cast levitate before I jump.
Okay. All right. Smart.
Oh. I was about to do the like walk through the air thing, and I was like, no, because with my luck, I'm falling to my death. So
All right. Oh, your magic for spellcasting?
yeah. So I've got my 13 dice. Let's see if that happens this time. Thank God. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm good.
Yeah, you're totally good.
All right. Take my drain. I do take 2 points of drain.
Okay.
But I feel myself getting lighter, so I'm going to go ahead and take that running leap and push myself with physics forward so that the levitate keeps me up and I get more range and yeah, so reaching for that rope.
All right, you pull like an American Hero move where like you're kind of floating and then you're using like aerosol cans to like, push yourself forward kind of thing. Metaphysically anyway, right? So yeah, you kind of float into the aircraft. And as you do that, you look back and you see these two big angry air spirits just like rush towards the guys as you hear them screaming, go, "Oh!" As they look to be like they're getting enveloped inside of the air mass, and it looks like they're starting to like not be able to breathe, and they're holding their throats. As you see more gunfire go off and people just dying and blood everywhere, and food is just splattering all over the place. Like wasabi flies into one guy's eyes and he's screaming. As just mayhem goes on. And you guys get in, you trade like the noise of machine gun and chaos and screams to the noise of turbine engines as the ramp starts to close. And this is where we're going to transition now to exit vector.
Yes! I have been waiting 2 hours and 38 minutes for this moment.
Very good. All right, so I'm going to move us over to our board. All right, so you guys will see how this all works.
Ooh.
And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the rule set. And then so everybody kind of gets an idea of how we play this game. And then we will go from there. I'm just going to bring some guys online here. Give me 1 second. All right, so real quick spiel. So Exit Vector can be played obviously on Roll20 like we're doing right now, or it can be played as a physical game with a board and minis. Okay. So we're gonna have both of those options supported. You can see here, this is a map of Seattle. We use a hex grid for our map. And all these tokens were created by a very talented artist that we've been working with. So we will of course give him credit shortly. And let me just run through this. All right, so this aerial combat game. There are some things. So this game, like I said, was designed from the ground up to be integrated with Shadowrun, but we have simplified some things. So as far as character attributes, instead of the normal ones that everybody would have, we broke it down to 4 things. ASDF, right? Everybody's familiar, especially the Deckers are familiar with ASDF. But the way we define it is the A is attack, S is a sleaze, D is for drive, and F is for firewall. Okay, so similar with a little bit of changes. So your attack is going to basically determine, your attack is for physical attacks, your sleaze is for cyber attacks, your drive is for your maneuvers and defense, and it's your defense versus physical attacks. And then your firewall is your stabilize actions, which is basically repairing, and it's the defense versus the cyber attack. Okay. On top of your character, you're also going to have a vehicle, right? It's a vehicle game. So some of the attributes that you're going to be dealing with are your body, which is how much damage you can take, the armor, how much armor or how much damage is absorbed by the armor. And the way armor works in this game, it just absorbs that much damage automatically, and then whatever's left bleeds through, and you take that as damage. There's something called movement points. Normally, you would get 4 movement points. One, obviously, use it to move. Every hex is equal 1 movement point. If you rotate a hex face, that's also 1 movement point. And any altitude changes, which we have 3 in the game, there's low, medium, and high. Those are going to be 2 movement points. All right. Seats are going to be how many passengers you can fit in the vehicle. So there are occasions where you might have to use a certain type of vehicle depending on what mission you have, or you have to maybe use more than one vehicle. Bonuses, each vehicle has a specific bonus to one of the attributes, whether it's A, S, D, or F. And you can customize that however you wish, between character and vehicle. Weapons are basically, the weapons that are on the vehicle. The weapons that we'll have in this particular vehicle, the Federated Boeing, is going to be a light machine gun and missiles. You're going to have a physical damage track, which is equal to your body. When it's full, you make a forced landing and you're out of the game. Okay. And then there's another track of damage called system shock. And that is, you get 5 points of system shock. When that's full, you have a forced reboot and you lose your next turn and 1 altitude level. System shock basically represents, glitches that you have in your system, minor, hydraulic systems that get damaged when you get shot, and you can switch over to another system. So that's kind of like the temporary damage that you still have to manage because it'll hurt you if you let it slip by. Okay. So as far as gameplay is concerned, we'll talk about how we do our dice rolls, because in our demos, people got confused a little bit. So I want to kind of focus on this, on how it works. So anytime you make a test, you're going to roll 1 die. That's your action die. Okay. And the way that works is if you roll and you roll a 1, it's going to be -1 to your attribute. Okay. If you roll a 2, 3, or a 4, there's going to be no adjustment to your attribute. Okay. A roll of a 5 will give you +1 to your attribute, and a 6 will give you +1, and you get to roll again. So exploding 6s. The one thing for exploding 6s, if you get another 1, it doesn't give you a -1, so there's no penalty in that sense. So everything is going to be like target number based, right? So you're going to roll your 1 die, and then let's say your attack is 5. If you roll a 4, it does nothing for you, right? But you have a very high attack value, and the defensive value, or the defensive attribute, is drive. So you're going to compare your attack of 5 versus a defense or a drive value of 3. It meets or exceeds that, so that means you succeed in the test. If you get less than the defensive value, then you fail at that test. Okay. The other dice that you're going to have is edge dice. Everybody starts with 3 edge dice, and you can build up to 6 edge dice total. Okay. You can build up your edge dice through making maneuvers. Or, of course, like Shadowrun is saying something really witty that paralyzes everybody in laughter, or things like that. Okay. So you can use those dice whenever you want, in any order that you want, however you want. You can use them in the beginning, you can use them at the end. It doesn't matter. Those edge dice you can use whenever. Okay, you can even just do 1 at a time to see if you make it. You don't have to do anything predetermined and be like, oh, I want to roll 3 edge dice. You can do it however you want to roll them. But you just got to manage, of course, your edge dice, right? So the sequence of play, and we'll actually start doing this in a second. First thing we're going to do is going to roll initiative. So it's going to be 4d6, and that's just traditional, right? You take the total of that, and you're going to add that to your drive attribute. That's going to be your initiative for the entire game. You're going to move and take actions. And then you're going to resolve the status of your actions. Okay. Any kind of effects are all immediate. And then, like I mentioned about the full physical damage and full system shock, those are going to force certain things. Like, right, if you get we're not going to destroy your vehicle and get a total party kill. We're going to force you to land, and then you'll just continue with your game as normal. System shock, it's gonna mess with you a little bit. All right, so let's talk about the actions that you can take. Okay, everybody gets a move action no matter what. All right, as far as being a rigger or being a drone. The difference is that riggers get 2 extra actions on top of the move. Anyone who's not a rigger or who's a drone only gets 1 extra action. Okay, so the 4 action types you can take: scoot, shoot, sleaze, and stabilize. All right, shoot, self-explanatory. You're shooting stuff, missiles, machine guns, whatever it is. All right, and that's going to be linked to your attack attribute. Okay, and the target will defend with their drive attribute. All right. If you are successful at a shoot action, they're going to take physical damage, and then they're going to also take 1 system shock. Okay. The scoot action is basically maneuvers, and there's a maneuver table that has all sorts of maneuvers on here. I think there's probably about at least 10 to 15. I'm not going to count them up right now, but the maneuvers, they'll have a threshold that you have to meet, and they're going to have bonuses. You know, whether it's you get edge, you get +1 to your drive or your sleaze, you know, and they also give you some sort of effect, right? You can drop an altitude for free. You can make a 180 turn for free. You just have to look through the maneuver table to utilize those. Your sleaze actions are your cyber attacks. Okay, so that's going to be linked to your sleaze attribute. It does 1 system shock no matter what, and you can either do 2 things. You can probe, which you're going to learn your target's ASDF, or you can hack, which causes attribute damage. So you can actually reduce one of the attributes, whichever one you want, ASDF by 1. Okay, and that'll stay into effect until the target takes a stabilize action where they can heal. All right. On to stabilize. Stabilize is your repair action. Okay, so that's linked to your firewall attribute. And basically what happens is your firewall is going to determine how many repair points you get for that particular stabilize action. And you can use those however you want to heal system shock or to recover attribute damage. So for example, you have a firewall of 3. You're going to be able to recover 2 system shock and 1 attribute point to your drive, which has been previously damaged. All right, so last little things here. Resolving combat. You're going to select your target and your type of attack. You're going to check your line of sight and your firing arc. You're going to apply your modifiers. You're going to roll your dice. We'll resolve the attack and then apply any damage and system shock. Okay. As far as the map is concerned here, the hexes are 50 meters, and elevations are low, medium, and high. If you zoom in, you'll be able to see this a little bit better. So there are going to be buildings that have dotted yellow lines. Those are going to be low altitude. The dashed orange lines are medium altitude, and the solid red lines are going to be your high altitude buildings. Every token in here has, if you look in the upper right hand corner, they all have little dots, whether it's yellow, orange, or red. Those are their predetermined altitudes at the beginning of the game. Players can start at whatever altitude they want. Line of sight. Basically, if you have a building in between you and your target is lower than the altitude of, or than the elevation of the building, then you can't see them. So you're going to take that into effect, and you can also use the buildings as cover in that sense as well. And then landing. If you have to land for any reason, you have to be at least the same altitude as the building. And you have to be able to, you can only move half your movement rate. And that we'll talk about deceleration and acceleration at a later time if it comes to in the game. That being said, does anybody have any questions right now?
I don't think so. I do learn best by playing.
All right, let's do it.
But we did lose Chris because he's got a power outage, and he's going to be back on as soon as he can.
All right,
but Tom did fix our cameras. But why don't we, before we take off, why don't we take our break a few minutes early, and that way we can come back and hit exit vector hard.
Very good.
All right, so everyone will be back in 5 minutes. Go follow the Kickstarter because the link is going to be in chat. and hashtag RemPC to enter to win our giveaway for tonight. And we'll do that drawing in the next hour. We'll be back.
Yeah.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1. You can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2. You can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5. Get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
everyone, welcome back. It is time for some vehicle combat and fighting in the air and not dying. Let's do it. Oh, Tom,
All right.
welcome, Tom. Thanks for covering for Chris. Oh, Tom is the silent Tom, but here we go. OC, take it away.
All right. So you get into the vehicle, and all of a sudden your AR map, tactical map comes up. You immediately see several red haloed vehicles, which indicate that they are a threat. And you see an exit point where your MTOC tactical computer is telling you will be the most advantageous point for you to escape this area down here in the lower right hand corner. Everybody's going to start by rolling initiative, including the passengers.
What is our initiative roll?
It's going to be 46 plus your drive. So one thing that we didn't talk about. So now we're moving from Shadowrun to the exit vector. So we have converted your character's stats to ASDF. So Rem, we've already given yours. Yours is going to be 4403. So ASDF of 4403.
So 46 plus my drive. My drive is 0 because I'm not a rigger. So I just rolled 46. My initiative is 14.
Very good. All right, Chris, you're taking over. I'm sorry, Tom, you're taking over Chris's character. His ASDF is 4343. So go ahead and roll your initiative. Roll 46, and you're going to add that to 4.
16.
Okay, very good. All right, let me just write those down. So 16. Curie, I'm sorry, Curie, where are you going at again?
14.
14. Dukes, what's your initiative?
So Duke's initiative is 11.
11.
And then one roto drone that I'm controlling is 19.
19. Ooh. Roto is 19. Got it. And then Slider.
23.
23. Okay. Very good. So you know what, Tom, we're just going to make that initiative for the drone on the bottom there. So you're going to control that thing. So that's going to be the fixed wing. All right, the Black Hawk. Okay. So Slider, you get to go first. So you get to make your you get a movement plus 2 actions since you are a rigger.
Okay. Everyone hold on. So I'm going to dump the collective, and I'm going to hit the deck. So I'll start by doing a drive action. So a forward slip, which will give me a free -1 altitude level without spending any of my movement points.
So you take a maneuver action. Yep. Go ahead and roll 1d6 and see what you get there.
Okay, I got a 5.
All right, so that adds 1 to your drive attribute.
Ooh.
So the threshold is 3 for your slip.
Okay, so that gives me a total rating of 6, so I succeed. So my guy goes down by 1 altitude.
Okay.
So that red dot will turn into an orange dot.
Very good. So now you're at a medium altitude, and you still have 1 more action and a move action still.
Okay. I will do it one more time. So let's do it again.
Cool. So the red is high altitude, orange is medium, and yellow is low.
Correct.
Cool.
All right, so roll a d6 again, Matt. All right, roll a 3.
Yeah, roll 3. Drive is 5. So I still succeed, even though I didn't get anything with my any add to my dice. So now I'm at low altitude.
Your drive is 5 now, and you rolled a 3. So how is that a success?
So it doesn't change. So the die roll will either bump up your your rating by
Gotcha.
1, or bump down. So we always want you to roll because it might pull you down and you might fail, even if you have a high
Ooh.
stat.
Okay.
And then in certain attacks, if you get like 4 over your target number, you start doing extra damage or more
Gotcha.
effective. Sorry, but we'll get to that if it becomes a factor.
But yeah, so he's basing his success off of a threshold of 3. So because his drive is 5, and there was nothing to add or subtract, he met or exceeded the threshold of 3, which means he succeeds at the maneuver.
Cool.
Okay. So I'm going to dive to the deck, and then I'm going to take my 4 movement points and go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I'm going to blow past that rotodrone, that Lone Star rotodrone. Frag you, fragger, as I speed off towards the exit mode. And I'll shout back to Dukes with his machine gun, "Hey, you got a clear shot, man."
All right, very good. So you took your move action, you took 2 actions, and now it is, let's see, we are at 19, the rotodrone.
All right. So first off, I'm going to do an overdrive action, which means that I'll make a test against a threshold of 3.
Okay.
And it'll give me 2 extra movement points, but it'll also cause me to take 1 point of system shock.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll my 1d6. So it's a 3, so it doesn't do anything. So my drive rating is a 3 versus a threshold of a 3. So I successfully perform an overdrive. So I can add on 2 movement points to my base of 4. So just going to measure that out real quick on the grid. And go ahead and move the roto drone up 6 hexes and then take 1 point of system shock.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right, so because you are a drone, you only get 1 action and 1 move action, so you are complete with the drone. Awesome. Next person is going to be Tom at 16. You're controlling that fixed wing drone. So the one difference between the rotorcraft and the fixed wing is you actually got 6 movement points, so you can move up to 6
Ooh.
automatically without any kind of overdrive.
Okay. And I'm assuming my purpose is to since I'm in a drone, I keep people from shooting the team, right?
Right. That's your job. You're the bullet sponge.
Okay. So, and I have 2 actions because I'm a rigger, so I can.
No. So
Yes.
you're just wait. Are we? Is he?
I'm playing.
Okay,
he's
he's
playing
gonna
Frozen.
play.
He's playing.
Right. Yep. You get 2 actions. Correct.
Okay.
You jumped in.
So, all right. So then I can do a forward dive, special
Ooh.
action, right? Well, actually, I don't think I need to stay up with him.
Yeah, you can say hi.
Okay.
Yeah. So the immediate threats are going to be this.
This one right
the
here.
basically the steel links down there. Those are they're protecting corporate territoriality, and they will shoot at anything that comes close to them that they think may threaten
Okay.
or come into that corporate airspace.
All right. So then I can stay high and just move 6 and shoot that thing.
Right.
Because according to this, yeah, I'm assuming, I can move here, and that would let me shoot at it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Click. Okay.
All right. So you took your move action. You moved 6 hexes. And now you have 2 actions. You can actually take 2 attack actions if you want. You could take a sleaze and an attack, 2 sleazes, whatever you want to do.
Well, what's the difference between a sleaze and a shoot?
Okay, so sleaze is electronic attack.
Okay.
So which means you'll do system shock, and then you can either see what attributes the steel links anti-aircraft variant has, or you can do system shock, and then actually reduce one of his attributes, like attack, so that it makes it harder for him to hit you guys.
Okay. You know what? Let's go with a sleaze.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're gonna roll 1d6, and you have a sleaze of, let's say it's 4. Is it? No, you have a sleaze of 3.
I have a 3. Okay, so I'm going to change that to attack. I'm going to change that to shoot.
Okay.
So 1d6, and I have an attack of 4. 4.
All right. Oh, awesome! Exploding dice. Roll it again.
Ooh.
All right. So your attack, because you got a 6, it was +1, so you have a 5 attack versus its drive of drive of 3. So you hit it. You used your machine guns, or you can use machine guns or missiles. Your choice. What do you want to do? Missiles will do more damage.
Mm-hmm. 1 missile.
All right. Yeah. So you shoot 1 missile off as it streaks towards him and blows up. He takes 15 damage minus his armor of 8, so that puts him at 7 damage. And he has a total body of 24. Hold on, I'm doing mental math. Sorry. What is that? 16? No.
17.
17. All right. So you have done some damage to him. Oh, that didn't.
And that was just one action?
That's just the first action. You can actually shoot again if you want.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
and he takes a system shock as well because he took damage.
Yeah, I would shoot again. This time the machine gun.
Ooh.
Okay. So machine gun does 10, so roll one more time. All right, so you hit him.
Yep.
Your attack is 4, his drive is 3. That's for 10 damage minus 8, so you do a lot less. You only do 2 damage because the 8 armor absorbs most of it. So he's down to 15, but he still takes another system shock. So pretty soon he's going to have to be forced to reboot. So good. There you go. You've definitely put some damage on him, put some hits on him.
Cool.
All right. Next person in line is going to be Curie.
Hey, I get to be a mage. What's all this driving crap? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I want to get out of here and not get blown up. So I think I'm gonna reach down to the floor, close my eyes real hard, and cast increased reflexes to try to get an extra action and drive. Now, is that for the vehicle or for me? I think it's for the vehicle, right?
It's wherever you want.
Well,
so if you want to give it to the vehicle, then I would get to take it, and or you can give it to you if you want to cast 2 spells at one time. It's whoever you want.
Ooh, I could cast 2 spells at one time. Ooh. All right, I'm selfish, so we're gonna do that. All right, so I need to roll a d6, right?
Yep. So for you as a mage, your attack is going to be called Arcane Attack now,
Yeah.
and your sleaze will be Spell Sleaze.
Ooh.
So that's how we use the same ASDF, so it's very easy to understand, but it's going to do a little bit different things for you.
Okay, so I rolled a 4, and my arcane attack, or is this a sleaze one? Because they're non-attack. It's non-attack, yeah. So it's 4. So my spell sleaze is 4, and I rolled a 4.
Okay, what's your firewall?
3.
You succeed.
Woo!
But
All right.
you're now sustaining a spell, so now your spell sleaze, you get a -1 because you're sustaining a spell.
Excuse me, I have focus concentration.
Oh. All right.
Well, you're very special then.
Cool. So does that immediately give me another action?
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, so let's do some damage. So up ahead, you know what? No, this time I am going to help the team.
So just real quick with drain, it's a little bit different now. So you did your what was that? Increased reflexes.
Yeah.
So it's the drain on that is going to be 7.
Oh wow.
Minus your firewall of 3. So your drain is going to be automatically sucked up by your firewall. So you're going to take 4 drain.
4 drain.
So I just want you to keep track of that stuff.
All right. Ooh.
And you still have your 10 track. Your 10. It's like your stun track, right? But you're still going to have 10 boxes of that.
In that case, then, since I'm taking so much drain from it, I'm going to help the vehicle. So that's going to give the +1 action and the +1 drive to the vehicle. Because we gotta get out of here before I pass out. So
all right, sounds good.
Awesome.
So that's a lovely box of stim packs in front of you.
Oh, that's right. Thanks, friend.
Yes. So as a mage, you can take a stabilized action and actually repair the stun they're taking.
Okay, so maybe next turn I'll do that because I'm with the stun I had back in the tower. I'm at 6 of my 10 now. So,
all right, very good. All right, so Fury went, and next in line is going to be Dukes.
All right, so Dukes is keeping an eye on the rotodrone off the tail. So, have these rotodrones actually started doing anything yet?
Oh yeah, they're all marked as hostile. Like it looks like they're going to start reacting to you very shortly.
Alrighty.
You think the crazy crime scene that is occurring over there has alerted Lone Star, and they're sending their rotodrone initial wave to see what's going on and take action.
All right, so I got a 100-meter shot.
So yeah, you just have one hex between you, so you're not gonna get any minuses.
Oh, okay.
Because the measuring tool on Roll20 it measures to the next hex, so you don't count the hex they're on.
All right, so Dukes is gonna, he's all Rambo style, and he's looking out the back, and he's like, "Hey man, I'm your worst nightmare." He sights him with the machine gun, and rolls a 1.
All right, what's your attack?
Attack is 4, so it's a 3.
All right, so it came down to 3, but you're also doing a rear shot on it, so you get a bonus of +1.
Ooh.
So it brings you back to 4. So you succeed because his drive is 3. So he takes damage. It's going to be 10 points for the machine gun minus armor of 4. It's going to be 6, so he's down to 10 points on his damage track, and he takes 1 system shock. So he's down to 4 on that. Okay. And you just have that 1 action. All right, we're going to go back to the top of the order now. Oh, actually, bad guys are going to go. All right.
To go.
The AAA variant of the Steel Lynx is going to shoot at the drone. 1d6. Where are we? We're definitely not rolling 14 dice. Roll 1. All right, he rolled a 1, so his attack is 3, 2, so he misses. 3 minus 1 is 2. The drone's drive is 3. The machine gun shots go off towards the drone, but the drone kind of moves around and is unfazed by the attack. Next, this rotodrone will turn around 1, 2, 3, 4, and this drone is going to start closing in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this drone is also closing in. 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them are broadcasting on the emergency police frequency. They are saying, stop, you are a suspect in a crime in progress. You cannot continue. You must surrender yourself to Lone Star authorities by order of Lone Star Contract 279.5 of the Seattle Code of Justice and Law. As they start to sleaze you guys. First guy is going to sleaze the Federated Boeing. Keep my dice roller out. Oh. His sleaze is 3, -1 is 2. What's your firewall, Matt?
3.
Or a slider? 3. Okay, so he does not succeed. The next one is going to go after this drone here. Try to degrade its systems. Okay, he got a 3 versus a 3, so he met the threshold. So he is going to reduce the drive on that drone by 1, and it's going to take 1 system shock to the friendly roto drone that you guys have. This drone over here at the bottom is going to attempt. I don't think he can do it. Let's see. No, 8 hexes, 6 hexes. No, too much.
Haha.
Yeah, too much distance, so too many negative minus. So every 2 hexes in between the target is going to be -1 to your attack or -1 to your sleaze. So sometimes it's just not worth it. So he's going to stop, and that's it. All right, top of the order. Bad guys have all gone. You guys start to notice that there's a very strong radar signature coming from the northwest. Looks like some sort of vehicle at high speed, but you can't tell what it is. But it's coming inbound, and it should be in here the next turn, you think, based off of your computer's calculations. So, Slider, you are going first.
Okay, feeling much quicker and more movable. Thank you, Kiri. I'm going to throttle down, push the throttles past the stops, and I'm going to weave in and out, basically along this street at street level, dodging all of the drone dash thrones that are like delivering tasty bites to everyone. And I'm going to fly down the street.
All right.
So I'll start off by 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll start my movement, and then I will do an overdrive action.
All right.
Okay, so I roll a 4. My drive right now is 6. Thanks to Kiri. So I will continue. So I will do another 2, 1, 2, and take 1 system shock. And then I will do another overdrive action with my second action.
I'm so helpful.
You are redlining those engines.
Yeah, so a 5, so I get +1. So there's another 2. 1, 2. Okay. And seeing that like the engine's about to redline, I will take my third action as a stabilize and heal the 2 system shock I just induced.
All right, so your firewall was what? What's your firewall, 3?
My firewall is 3. So
okay.
I can heal.
Yep, you can heal both of those.
Heal 3.
Shock.
Okay.
All right, very good. Excellent. So Slider went. Next person in line is going to be the Roto Drone. Dukes, you're controlling that one.
All right, so I got to zoom in and find the little turning stick for the Roto Drone here. All right, so I'll take 1 movement point to turn. That'll be my movement action, and then I am going to attack the drone that I'm facing right now, the enemy Roto Drone.
Okay.
All right, and my dice roller disappeared. And got a 5, and I have an attack of 3.
All right, so you get a bonus for being at a higher altitude. Anytime you take a physical attack, if you're coming from a high altitude, attacking from high to lower altitude, you get +1 to your attack. So you're going to be 4. Actually, 5. I'm sorry. Well, your attack was what, 3?
Yep.
So 3, 4, +1 for the 5, and then +1 for the modifier.
Higher altitude.
All right. So yeah, you're good. You totally got him. He's going to take. So it's machine gun fire. He's going to take. Where can I go? Oh, it's because I have the measuring stick. All right. He's going to take 6 damage, -4 for the armor. So that's going to be a total of 10, but 10. Now it's going to be 6, so it'll be a 10 now. Sorry, confusing everybody. And then he's going to take 1 system shock.
Take that, Rotodrone.
See, he sparks in anger as he wants to enforce Lone Star laws upon you, and you're not listening.
Sparks in anger. That's like, I'm going to bleed in anger at you. Angry bleeding.
All right, next person is going to be the fixed wing drone. So Tom, you're up.
Okay. All right. So, what is actually at this point threatening the
next threat that you see is going to be this.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Steel links down here.
All right. So, and as far as shooting distance, you've basically got to be right on top of it.
No. So you can be as far as you want. You're just going to get minuses every 2 full hexes in
Every
between
2
you
full
and the
hexes.
start. Right.
Okay. So let's see. So if I do, so I've got 6 to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
If I do an action, if I go overdrive, that gives me extra movement points, right?
Correct. It gives you 2 more movement points.
Okay, so that would give me then 8. So that would get me here. And then it's 6 to there. So
Right.
that'd be a -3.
It counts the hex they're on, so it's only really 5 hexes.
Okay.
So you're going to be at -2.
Be a -2. And that's the same if I try a sleaze attack too?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and
What you can also do if you want is be the sacrificial lamb, do 2 overdrives, and be the closer target.
Oh, okay. You can. Oh, that's right. It's I get
Yep,
2
you could-
actions. Yeah. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I can move and take 2 actions. So I can move twice. Okay. Oh, the action. The overdrive is an action.
Right. It's a maneuver action, and it allows you to move 2 more spaces.
Okay.
And you have, because you're a rigger, you get 2 actions, so you can take 2 maneuver actions if that's what you want to do.
Okay. So I can move total of 10.
Correct. You
I
just
do
have to roll and succeed at it.
Yep.
So roll
right.
Roll your 1d6. All right. So your drive is what?
It's a 4.
AST,
So I
your
still
drive is a 4, so you succeed.
Yep.
Because the threshold is only a 3.
Yep.
And then roll it one more time, and you succeed. So you can move a total of 10 boxes now, or 10 hexes. I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay. And I always forget to switch back. Okay. So then, yep. I move here so that I'm the closer target.
Right. Okay. So the only thing you have to do now is just annotate that you took 2 system shock. So you're going to go from 5 to 3. And it's going to be the green.
Yep. 3. Okay. Yep. Okay.
All right. So you are done, Tom, with the drone there. Next is going to be Curie.
Okay, so I have a choice to make here. We're halfway to our destination. So do I help us get there and potentially pass out, or do I take the time to heal? I think, for the sake of this demonstration, screw healing. So let's do an ice spear to what's the next target? This is one of the corporate drones, right?
Right. That's going to be the AAA Steel Lynx.
So if we avoid it, it's not going to care about us.
Yeah, maybe not. You think they're pretty gun happy. They like to shoot anything that comes close. That close.
All right, fine. I'm gonna ice spear that drone.
All right. So from here, your modifier is going to be -2 to your arcane attack. So just take that into account.
Oh, I'm gonna rethink that then because that's gonna. By the time armor is taken into effect, it's not gonna. There's no gonna be a point.
Right.
So
You
how
could just
about
do a stabilize. Kill yourself.
That's so responsible. Fine.
Oh. All right.
Okay.
So what's going to happen is it basically works like with the vehicles. You're going to take your firewall and you're going to reduce your stun track by your firewall, which is 3.
3. So I'm down to 3 stun instead of 6.
Yep, that's it. All right. So you have gone. Next person down the list is going to be Dukes. Put up your Dukes.
All right, Dukes is putting up his Dukes. He's looking out the back, and there's let's see, quick check. 2 hexes from the ramp to the rotodrone back here. One that's already been zapped. So
yep.
Dukes is going to go ahead and take a shot.
All right.
Oh.
You always man. The dice are not loving you.
I know.
What's your attack?
So my attack is 4, so that's a 3.
Okay, 3. But where you're shooting from, you're getting a rear quartering shot, so you get +1 as a modifier.
Yeah,
so you're back to 4. So yeah, Dukes is he pulls it out. All right, you light him up with the light machine gun. His 4 armor is going to absorb some of that, but he is still taking damage. All right, so he is down to 4 body, and he has 3 system shock left. And yeah, you see him sparking and like smoking. This drone is definitely severely damaged. All right. Next on the list, that's it. Now the bad guys get to go. All right, revenge. Dish best served cold. All right, so 1, 2, 1, 2. This guy's gonna move up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And this guy, yep, he's definitely gonna shoot. Okay, so first we're gonna do the this Steel Lynx. He's gonna shoot at the drone. 4. His attack is 3 -1. What's your drive, Tom?
4.
4. So he misses. Machine gun fire riddles past you, but you are none the worse for wear.
Sucks to suck, drone.
This drone right here is going to sleaze the drone. The drone over here is going to sleaze the fixed wing drone right here. Roll the 1d6. He has a sleaze of 3. What's your firewall, Tom?
3.
3. Okay, so here's the other bonus. So whenever you sleaze from a low altitude to a high altitude, there's less RF signatures. So you basically are a better target. So he's going to get a +1, which puts him at 4. So he exceeded or beat your thing originally, but he just gets another bonus, just to illustrate that. He is going to reduce your drive by 1, and you're going to get 1 system shock. So just annotate the -1 to drive and take 1 system shock. This drone right here the limping, the Walking Dead drone is going to try to sleaze as well. He does get one success. He's at 4 for his sleaze. Matt, what is your firewall?
That's 3.
All right, so he succeeds. He's going to reduce your drive by 1 and give you 1 system shock.
Okay.
I worked hard to give him that drive.
You feel your system start to get sluggish as the code from the MCT Rotodrone is starting to work its magic, trying to degrade your systems. And that's it. Top of the order with Slider.
Okay. I will do my 4 movement. So down 1, 4. I will do another overdrive. At the speed of roll 20. There we go, 2. Okay, so that brought me down from a 6 to a 5, so I still meet the threshold for overdrive. So I'll do another 2. And I'll do another overdrive, a second one. Okay, that's 5. That did succeed. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4. So I Zorch another 4, and I'll stabilize my last one. So firewall of 3. So I'll heal that system shock he gave me, and then the other 2 I just induced to myself. So I'm back up to full.
I tell you what, that increased reflex is a game changer there.
That's huge. It's going to save us.
Yep.
But I have big headaches, so.
We got stim for that.
Yeah.
So Matt, you are complete with your actions. I'm sorry, Slider. Next person is going to be the Rotodrone. So Dukes, you got your Rotodrone.
All right, so we'll take 1 point. Oh, why is it? Little movement stick, so tricky. So 1 point to turn, and then 3 points to move, and then shoot action on the Rotodrone right there. We're going to try to put it out of its misery.
Okay. Roll your 1d6.
Oh, man.
What's your... but you are shooting from high to low.
I am shooting from high to low, so the 1 cancels out. So it's a attack of 3.
I've been waiting to use this. All right, hold on a second. Where are we? There. Explodes in a fiery ball. The Rotodrone goes down hard.
Neato!
And he is out of the game as debris falls all over unsuspecting personnel or people on the streets below. He is done. All right, good job. Next person is Tom with your fixed wing drone.
Okay.
Your fixed wing bullet sponge.
Yep. Gonna move 3 there. Then I gotta spend 1 to turn if I can. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move in the direction I'm gonna turn, but I'm not gonna spend a ton of time trying to find the stick.
Okay, got it.
So I still have 2 more movement. So that would take me there. And I'm going to shoot this thing right here.
Got it.
Going to drop a missile on it. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, I'm going to drop.
All right, yeah, you got 1 missile left, so go ahead and roll your 1d6.
Yep. Actually, no, I'm going to stabilize first.
Okay.
That heals up 3, so I can get rid of my drive damage and 2 of my system shock.
Very good.
So then I shoot 1d6 4. Okay, so my attack is 4.
Okay, and his drive is 3, so you hit him. 15 minus 4. Ooh, he takes 11 points of damage. Oh man. What am I doing here? That is vector 0, 0. Where's my rotodrone? All right. There we go. All right, so he's down to 5 points of damage and 1 system shock. 4. All right, yeah, you blew him up pretty good. He's limping around. He's like kind of turning in circles as that explosion like knocked off his gyro systems, and he's just trying to rebalance himself again. All right, very good. You actually have you did your stabilize, so you did too. Okay,
Yep.
Very good. Next person is going to be Curie.
All right, we're on top of a drone. That's bad guy, right?
Yep, bad guy. Two
All
bad
right,
guys.
I'm gonna crap a ice spear on him.
Very good. All right.
All right.
So roll your 1d6.
Oof.
All right. Your arcane attack is 4, though. So that brings you down to 3. His drive is 3, so you hit him.
Yay!
All right. So that's going to be 10 points of damage minus 4. So ice spear, like a spear comes out of nowhere and impales this like wounded drone. And immediately seizing the rotor disc on top as it just like falls down like a rock and explodes on top of a building, causing some structural damage and a fire that has to be put out now. So this drone is done. Bam, he's dead.
Yay!
He did. Oh wait, did I just do that to? No, I did that to the wrong guy. Oh darn it. All right, so he's gone. Next person, very good. Next person is Duke. Dukes, you're up, Dukes.
All right.
Put up your Dukes.
So we got so from the back of the ramp to the steel links there. See, and well, actually, no, we can't. I can't shoot him because he's at high altitude. We're at low.
You can.
So,
yeah, he's on the building, so he's not. It's only if he's on the other side of the building where he would be obstructed.
okay.
You can still target him. Yes, you're just not going to get a bonus.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and take a shot at the steel links up there.
All right.
At least that's not a 1. So Dukes has an attack of 4.
Okay, his drive is 3, so you hit him. You're hitting him with the machine gun, right?
Yep.
So he's taking 2 points of damage. Yeah, it kind of plinks off his armor, but he definitely takes a little bit.
Take that, man.
More importantly, he takes some system shock. So that's good. All right. Bad guys. All right, so that drone is done. This one is going to turn around and he is going to shoot at he's going to shoot at the vehicle, at the Federated Boeing. See what he rolls.
You can try.
Oh. Yeah, he definitely misses. What's your drive, like 6 still?
No, it's only 5 now.
Oh, 5. Yeah, he still misses anyway, miserably. All right, and then that's it. These other drones are not going to go. They're going to start to disengage and start to move towards the carnage that's happening. You have become less of a threat than they really want to deal with. This guy's actually dead. So I can just leave him there. Okay. So that's all the bad guys can go, and top of the order now. Back to Slider.
On my count, I'm 10 hexes away from the exit. That sweet AR symbol. Okay, I'm going to throw down 3 overdrives. I'm going to basically blow all of my engine seals out and get to the exit. So
Okay.
I'll just do the rolls now. So first one. All right, 4. Success.
Yeah, you make it.
5 success.
You make it.
6.
Roll again.
First of all,
All right.
right.
Yeah, you are successful. 3 overdrives. Your engines are like red hot. The hydraulic fluid is like leaking all over the place. The aircraft is making weird noises that your party, the passengers inside are starting to go, something's going on here. We don't like it.
It'll buff out. It's fine.
Doesn't Curie have cool metal?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh. All right,
That's
so you have raced to the exit. Roll 1d6.
I can
and
cool-
test to see if you can
I
exit.
can-
So
I can
I'm sorry,
cool
what?
metal, just not in a way you're going to want me to cool the metal.
4.
A 4.
4,
So,
which gives me a 5.
all right, bam. You have succeeded. You have exited. So your tactical computer calculated this strategic exit point as Curie decides to cast improved invisibility. The aircraft blends into the air, and you're able to maneuver at low altitude and escape the scenario. You have succeeded. Very
Awesome.
good.
Thanks, guys.
So you guys are you get out of the area. You start heading back, making a couple different loops around different areas to make sure you're not followed by anyone. End up traveling back wherever you want to go. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go back to your safe house, or did you want to stay in the air?
No. Not going.
Are you sure?
Not going anywhere near my property. Let's call this Johnson, get ourselves paid, because we did get video.
You did, and audio. So you called the comlink that the LTG number that the Johnson gave you. You tell him what happens. He gets the data from the information that you recorded, and he seems very happy and has wired 5,000 new yen to everybody's accounts.
Yay!
Everybody's
5,500.
Man,
We had to pay for this.
All right, you're right.
We'll come for you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay, you got it. 5,500. As he wires the money to you, and you guys have succeeded. You have exited
Awesome.
the danger.
Awesome. And thank you guys so much. This was super fun. It was really cool to get into a Shadowrun mission and then zoom out and have this kind of high-paced fight. I actually like that we were a little rushed because it made it feel like high energy and high anticipation. So really cool game. This game is coming to Kickstarter, everyone. So the link is in chat. Please go follow the page so you get notified when we launch. It's the backer kit page. And we'll be dropping more information. We'll be dropping images. There will be lots of content in there as we gear up for launch. Wow. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having
Thank
us.
you.
Of course. And we do have a winner for tonight. So my moderator is telling me that it is Mystica. Yay! So you are the winner of the Rhiannon held series collection of 4 books from the Amsterdam Institute series. So that's 4 of the 6 that are out. So watch your Twitch whispers messages so that we can get a hold of you and get your email and send you those ebooks. And we will be back next week with our typical Shadowrun. But if you loved Exit Vector, if this is really interesting to you, again, follow the Kickstarter, follow the Shadowcasters Network on YouTube. There will be more there. Follow Rem Alternis on Facebook and Discord. Follow Vector Tridents on Facebook and Discord. And you'll get all the news about the game coming up. So thank you all so much. Anyone have anything left to say before we say goodbye?
No, just want to say thanks for everybody who watched. Hopefully you enjoyed this, and you can see how easy it is to integrate with Shadowrun, and really puts an emphasis on the rigor, where normally they kind of get hand waved most of the time. But you see how the chase scene works. Super simple. The rules are pretty easy to follow once you get the hang of it. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. This will be a nice add-on to my home game.
That's
Awesome.
what I like to hear.
Yeah. All right. So whether you're a Shadowrun fan or an aerial combat fan in general, this is the game for you. Tune in. We'll see you guys next week. Bye, REM PCs.
You know what? Forget.